coherence. Within Asanga's works, particularly in the Abhidharma Samuchaya and Mahayana Sangraha, Ale Vijnana evolves into a fully fledged concept. It is the repository for karmic seeds or bijas, conditions experience, sustains continuity across lifetimes, and also sustains the illusion of a unified self. It also functions as the foundation for the Atma Bhava or sense of I. This is hinted in the basic section of Yogachara Bhumi and more explicitly in the Pravritti portion of Vinishchaya Sangrahani. Although Alaya Vijnana is not the self in any ultimate or substantial sense, it is nonetheless presented as the closest, deepest, and most persistent basis to which the notions of self, ego, self love, self regard are attached. One of the earliest sources, alongside basic section of Yogachara Bhumi, to discuss Alaya Vijnana in connection with personal identity is the Samdhinirmochana Sutra. Like the Yogachara Bhumi, it finds Alaya Vijnana as the appropriating consciousness or Adaya Vijnana, the basis for continuity and appropriation of the body in rebirth. Vasubandhu, in his Panchaskandaka, integrates Alaya Vijnana into his account of transmigration, showing how karmic causation unfolds without positing a permanent self. Similarly, Stiramati Intrimsika Bhashya emphasizes that Alaya Vijnana becomes philosophically indispensable in explaining the 12 links of Pratitya Samutpada. So, the second link, which is Vijnana, at the moment of conception, must be seeded by prior karmic potentialities. So, we need something that holds these bijas, and that function is fulfilled by Alaya Vijnana, which matures into Namarupa and subsequent links. Furthermore, it is the kleshas which give rise to karmic actions, and these afflictions, being latent yet persistent, require a continuous but impermanent substratum in which they can reside, something a fleeting mind cannot provide. Now, the Lankavatara Sutra too discusses Alaya Vijnana extensively. Much of it parallels Mahayana Sangraha. One of the important observations one can make of Lankavatara Sutra is its identification of Alaya Vijnana with the Tathagata Garbha, which is indestructible. The sutra repeatedly points that the Alaya Vijnana is pure, uninterrupted in its flow, and free from the flaw of impermanence, while elsewhere stating that it must cease on the state of nirvana. It also consistently states that Alaya Vijnana is both momentary and non momentary. The sutra does present some doctrinal ambiguity as it upholds Alaya Vijnana as the true self in some passages while asserting the Anatman elsewhere. So the text synthesizes Yogacara philosophy with Tathagata Garbha ontology, creating shifting perspectives. So identifying Alaya Vijnana with this Buddha nature risks smuggling some kind of a self which is much like the Upanishadic Atman. However, the text distinguishes between the ultimate and relative Alaya. The latter is the usual storehouse consciousness, while the former is the pure and indestructible Tathagata Garbha, the ground of both entanglement and liberation. This is the pure consciousness, the only reality of the Yogacharan. Also, one must note that Buddha's skillful means in teaching. The unification of storehouse consciousness and Buddha nature could be taken skillfully rather than literally. With this understanding of Alaya Vijnana, I now turn to the tensions and challenges. I consider the problem of memory to lie at the heart of the issue of personal identity. Any theory of memory is logically dependent on a theory of personhood, and conversely, personhood is often defined through the capacity for memory. The I-ness that we experience is acquired through our memory. Even suffering, that is in Buddhism almost an existential structure, is also due to the memory of experience of objects that we eventually desire for. Even among the criticisms of Anatmavada, for instance, when Vatsyayana in Nyaya Bhashya argues that the desire for an object is possible because of being the same person that cognizes and recognizes the object. This, of course, is an argument from memory. Yogacara texts tend to define smriti, which is the closest translation to memory, not as the recognition of past events, but as the mind's non deprivation of an object with which it is directly acquainted. This isn't necessarily about remembering the past, but being aware of the present. This aligns with attention rather than episodic memory. In contrast, Kashmira Shaivism treats memory as grounded in self reflective awareness. I remember. The I serves as the subject and anchor of identity. Here, memory involves recognition, pratyabhigna, and felt continuity of self, seen as irreducible to a causal explanation. From their view, causal accounts fail to explain memory's intentionality. Paul Griffiths interprets the problem of memory in Yogacara as a challenge of accounting for unactualized potential. Seeds of experience are said to be deposited into this non intentional consciousness, Alaya Vijnana, where they persist as latent tendencies, only to manifest under appropriate conditions. However, this presents its own conceptual difficulties. For an impression to last, it must be continuously reproduced in a stream of moment to moment causal succession. Thus, even though the seeds are perpetually being generated, their potential remains dormant until the appropriate conditions. Memory, according to this framework, is not a literal representation or recognition as it might be viewed in schools like Kashmir Shaivism, but rather a present act of attention that is causally linked to a past cognition through an unbroken continuity. Thus, the Yogacara view struggles to account for the phenomenological aspect of memory. As Chedda points, a phenomenological account of memory requires one, the rememberer's capacity to mentally relive the episodes he or she recalls, which is more or less explained, but two, the use of the term yes, I in the description, indicating that the rememberer identifies with the subject of the original experience, which is the problematic. So, while phenomenology may not offer infallible evidence, as Buddhists might argue in their defense, it nevertheless presents data that calls for serious explanation because causal relations are not as transparent as a phenomenological experience. So, another philosophical tension inevitably comes into discussion, that of Ale Vijnana being at risk of becoming the substantial self. This is because one, there is no clear explanation as to what is the relationship between Ale Vijnana and its seeds, because it almost seems like it's a substance that is possessing some properties. And number two, the Yogacara account of memory risks making Ale Vijnana into some kind of a subtle self, because it is functionally analogous to the very kind of an enduring substance that Anatman was meant to deny. Now, to conclude, a crucial clarification must be made. Anatman does not entail a blanket denial of selfhood in all forms. A simplistic reading that equates Anatman with an outright rejection of the self collapses under scrutiny. Buddhist thinkers do not reject the experiential appearance of self, but rather critique its metaphysical assumptions, promoting a more refined inquiry into how this appearance arises and functions. However, in seeking to avoid the ontological pitfalls of Atman, Alaya Vijnana risks becoming a settled metaphysical entity. Thus, Alaya Vijnana stands as both a brilliant philosophical innovation and a source of enduring tension. It navigates between these extreme poles of self and no self, offering something that is functionally sufficient but ontologically ambiguous. So, whether it successfully avoids being the self or merely reframes it is a more sophisticated question that remains still open. Whatever the conceptual space occupied by Alaya Vijnana is neither that of a substantial self nor of a momentary mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Vaishnavi. Nicely, and she literally run through the paper, but a lot of deeper concepts she mentioned in terms of Alaya Vijnana and the contemporary challenges and relating it with the Buddhist philosophy and Kashmira Shaivism. So now the questions can be taken later. So thank you very much, Vaishnavi, for
Thank
your
you,
wonderful
Professor.
presentation. If you have any questions, please note it down. We can have it at the end. Now I would like to request Kalyani Das. If
Yes, sir.
you are there, you are
Am I
there.
audible?
You're audible. You're audible. And Kalyani is going to talk on decompartmentalizing morality. Very good ethics related topic. Over to you, Kalyani. Your time starts now.
Thank you, sir. So, when we talk about ethics from the Western perspectives, it is about the conditions under which actions can be classified as good or bad. So, the Western ethical theories are formed keeping in mind that society must not fall into chaos. So, we see that society gives rise to moral norms. If there is no society, there would be no ethical value to actions. Hence, theories such as deontology, consequentialism, altruism, etc., involves external agents. What happens as a consequence in these is good and bad become rigid binaries with little to no importance given to self-reflection. So in this slide, I would like to bring the Kathopanishad. Now, the Upanishadic teachings are often in the form of conversations. And here we have Yama and Nachiketa. So now, without going into the story, basically Yama grants 3 boons to Nachiketa. And it is the third boon that is of importance to us here. Nachiketa asks Yama to enlighten him about Atman. Now Yama tests Nachiketa by offering a series of tempting alternatives. Shatayushaha putra pautran vranishva bahun pashun hasti hiranyam ashwan bhumirmaha dayatanam vrinishva. Live up to 100 of years, have sons and grandsons, have elephants and horses and vast expanses of earth, all so very tempting, but simply drop the question of Atman. Now Nachiketa refuses. Shvabhava martasya yat antaka etat sarvendriyanam jarayanti tejaha. Whatever there is out in the world are mortal and fluctuating, and these drain the vitality of the senses. Having passed the test of having passed this test, Yama teaches about Shreyas and Preyas. Both Shreyas and Preyas approach us. Now it is up to us if we can discern between the two. Preyas is anything that is immediately gratifying, pleasurable, pleasing to the senses. All the things that that Yama offered to Nachiketa. But Nachiketa's rejection to those shows his viveka, his ability to discern Shreyas from Preyas. Now, if we follow the Western moral perspective, Shreyas and Preyas would be put into the boxes of bad and good respectively. However, the pursuit of Kama and Artha are not immoral in themselves. Shreyas is about recognizing the limits of the path of Preyas and thus turning towards the eternal knowledge of Atman. Now the question is, why Yama in Kathopanishad? Why Yama is chosen as the guru here? Why not one of the Saptarishis or Narada Muni? Because Yama is Dharmaraja, the embodiment of Dharma itself. Now, pursuit of Kama and Artha has to align with Dharma, otherwise, it will end up in chaos. But he's the god of death, right? So, how is death concerned with Dharma? Dharma here is not only concerned with the social stability, it is also the manifestation of Rita, the cosmic principle. Now, as the deity who governs births and deaths, Yama sustains the rhythm of the samsara. So, naturally, he becomes the guardian of Dharma. Here is the distinct characteristic of Indian ethics. It is not preoccupied with the opposition between good and bad. It revolves around dharma and adharma. So Nachiketa's third boon was a metaphysical question. So it shouldn't be included in ethics, right? Traditionally, it should not. There are two different branches. But since Upanishads are the concluding portion of the Vedas, their primary concern lie in the metaphysical knowledge, that is Atmajnana. But the prerequisite for seeking such knowledge is that the seeker must be ethical, which means that the seeker must be on the path of Shreyas, because attainment of Atman cannot happen through knowledge alone. Now, unlike Western ethics, in Indian framework, the ethical question shifts from the deed to the doer. When that happens, involvement of society, consequences, external agents become secondary. Actions may be labeled as black and white, but moral agents are gray. Therefore, in the Upanishadic teachings, being ethical is not about following rules out of fear or obligation or consequences. It's about being internally attuned to the eternal. So, the ethics is not a strictly separate discipline here in the Indian framework. It is it is the it is the very foundation upon which the pursuit of knowledge rests. And with that, I conclude my presentation. Thank you very much.
Oh, very good, Kalyani. She has brought the story of Nachiketa, and this is wonderful. And she spoke about the how we juggle between Shreyas and Preyas. Okay, and that there comes the Viveka whether to select Shreyas or Preyas. Thank you, Kalyani, and be there whenever there are questions for your paper. Okay, thank you, Kalyani.
Sir,
Uh,
one thing. Um, sir, I should inform you that Vishrut Kumar, one of the participants, he is actually stuck in a landslide area in Srinagar, so he may not be able to attend this conference today. He
okay,
asked me to
okay,
convey this to you.
okay. No issue, no issue. Thank you. So is no
Okay.
is okay.
I haven't heard from him any further, but I hope he's okay.
Okay, thank you, Kalyan. Now I would like to request Tanushri Patel. She will be again. This is very good synchronization between the paper presented by Kalyani and Tanushri ji. She will be speaking on Nachiketa and the accessibility question. I would like to request her to start. Yeah,
Good morning, sir.
yeah,
Sir,
Tanushree,
is
madam.
my is the PPT visible?
Yeah, make it in a show mode. Yeah, it is visible. Please proceed.
Sir, am I visible?
Yeah, you are visible. Your presentation is visible.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Yes.
please go ahead. Go ahead.
So, okay. So, yeah, good morning, everyone. I'm Tanushree Patel, a PhD scholar in philosophy at IIT Bhubaneswar, and it is my privilege, along with Dr. Shritama Mishra, my co-author, to present our paper titled Nachiketa and the Accessibility Question, a Recurrent Inquiry. So, yeah. So before getting into the core argument of my paper, I would like to set the context of my paper. So over the time, the accessibility of the Upanishad has significantly shifted, which is to say that in the earlier context, access to the text or the Upanishad was often restricted to those who were considered prepared or individuals who had undergone rigorous discipline and were accepted as shishya by the gurus of the tradition. But in the contemporary world, we see that the Upanishads are widely available through the published translation and the digital platform, which is making them accessible to a much broader audience. Now, this expansion has no crossed the boundary which was set in the earlier time has been crossed. And but this very shift does not imply that every reader will be immediately able to grasp the depth of the Upanishad, uh, and in a manner which is basically envisioned by the traditions. So the question right now is not that who should access the text, rather the question has shifted to what happens when people, regardless of the traditional qualification, do engage with the text. Now, this being the core concern of our paper engages with Katha Upanishad, focusing on the literary figure, which is Nachiketa, who is considered an ideal seeker here. So the text is structured in a dialogical form, dialogue happening between Yama, the teacher, and Nachiketa, the student. So this dialogical framework might be instructive, or maybe it can be inspirational for the reader who aspires to become an adhikarin, where adhikarin refers to an eligible recipient of Atmagyana or self-knowledge, and it is a concept which is very much emphasized in the Upanishads. So, in Katha Upanishad, we get to see that Nachiketa's response to the moral and existential dilemmas makes him qualified for the ultimate teaching, by virtue of which Yama gets compelled to impart him the knowledge of the self. Now, there are scholars like Sahit Bali who holds that Upanishadic dialogue are transformative in nature, and the transformation is not just limited to the fictional character or the fictional interlocutor who's a part of the dialogue. Rather, the transformation also happens to the hearer or the reader who is engaging with the text. Now, the purpose of this paper is to explore this latter kind of question, which interrogates whether the transformation of the reader or the hearer is really possible, and if it is possible, then on what grounds. Then this paper is trying to bring to our attention that although the text is demonstrating the becoming of adhikarin or the becoming of eligible aspirant, which is Nachiketa, this text is not engaging with the transformation from a raw state to a prepared adhikari state. So, where the ideal of the raw refers to the seeker in making, a seeker who is learning to strengthen his or her moral ability and developing the other qualities which are very much required for becoming an adhikari. Now, uh, this paper is building on the idea that Nachiketa is already an ideal seeker or is already prepared from the outset. So this paper shows that Nachiketa's idealness can be seen through the lens of Vedantic framework, which is sadhana chatushtaya. So sadhana chatushtaya gives us fourfold qualification, which are essential for attaining knowledge. It involves viveka, discrimination, vairagya, dispassion, sat sampatti, the six virtues, and mumukshutva, intense longing for liberation. So, because of the constraint of time, I won't be discussing that which quality is reflected by Nachiketa and when. It is mentioned in the slide. Kindly refer to it. So this paper is so the paper argued that Nachiketa was already prepared even before meeting Yama. However, I would like to mention that the intention behind using this sadhana chatushtaya framework is not to reduce the one to other, but it is to show that the narrative portrayal of Nachiketa resonates with the Vedantic model of adhikaritva. Now, moving forward, the idealist portrayed in Kathopanishad brings us to two important questions. First is that can the Upanishad be read more inclusively, addressing the question of a seeker in making, who someone who is learning to become an adhikari, to receive the knowledge from a guru after becoming an adhikari. Now, this question suggests that the reader seeks to engage with the figure of Nachiketa in order to address his or her existential question. But the problem is that Nachiketa, in this context, is not a real or present interlocutor. So this is leading us to the second question of our paper, which is to what extent can this interaction be considered a dialogue, especially in the absence of a responsive or living counterpart? Now, to examine the inclusivity of Upanishad, it is very much essential that we first understand what makes a dialogue. So now we will be discussing the constitution of a dialogue. So the English term dialogue is often equated with the Sanskrit term samvada. So now, if we draw on the various South Asian traditions like Jaina, Buddhist, Nyaya, some Upanishadic traditions like Advaita Vedanta, then we get to see that the fundamental idea of dialogue is rooted in the following principles. So the first is that there must be a shared pursuit of satya, truth, rather than vada vada, merely doing verbal dispute or rhetorical or seeking rhetorical victory. Then comes that there must be presence of at least two jigyasu, earnest seeker, who are engaged in the shared prashna or shared inquiry. Now, in a dialogue, the affirmation of Veda or the difference is not the contradiction, but it sets the meaningful site of reflection. Now, there must be recognition of sankszobha. There must be a tension or a discomfort which will act as the fertile ground of vichara, deliberation, provided it is guided by maryada, discipline, restraint. Then comes that the ethics of the dialogue should be grounded in shraddha, faith, adara, respect, and moral responsibility towards the anya, the other. So while traditions like Nyaya only emphasize on logic and debate, there are some systems who are oriented towards the ethical and existential transformation, like Advaita Vedanta, Buddhism, and others. So they add this idea that in a dialogue there has to be it should include antara parivartana, inner transformation, through both tarka, reasoning, and anubhava, direct experience. So this is the definition for dialogue that we are using in our paper. So having understood this general framework of dialogue, in the upcoming slide, we'll be exploring that how a dialogue unfolds between the reader and the textual figure Nachiketa. So here in this slide, we are representing an ideal case where the reader is a sincere and composed seeker and is capable of engaging with the text. So we can identify this interaction between reader and text as in the following way. So, just like we saw in the constitution of dialogue, we can see that in this dialogue between Nachiketa and the reader, there are two interlocutors. One is the figure of Nachiketa, as portrayed in the Upanishad, and the other is the reader. Now, both are united by a shared aspiration, which is to become an adhikari, which is very much required for the spiritual journey. Now, although they are sharing a common goal, their voices and context is different, which is to say that while Nachiketa in the narrative is already an adhikari, he has been recognized as an adhikari, but the reader who is engaging with the text here is still on the pursuit of that status, the status of adhikari. Now, despite this asymmetry or the difference between the reader and Nachiketa, the reader allows themselves, or the reader is allowing himself or herself to get challenged by Nachiketa's ideal stance, while the text is simultaneously open to reinterpretation through the reflection of the reader or through the questioning gaze of the reader. Now, there is one problem that this very engagement between the reader and the text is not happening in real time. Rather, uh, it is not happening in real time, which is to say that this transaction should be limited. But this is not the case. It does not limit the transaction from being identified as a transformative dialogue. So since the dialogue does not happen in real time, we can recognize this dialogue as an asymmetrical dialogue, where the asymmetry of the dialogue lies in the fact that Nachiketa as a textual figure is not conscious interlocutor and does not and cannot respond to the reader in the real time. Nor can he recognize that the specific situatedness of the reader, like the culture or the emotional history they are coming up with. So even if Nachiketa doesn't respond to the reader, his steadfastness, his clarity, and his moral courage is something which is provoking the reader to reflect. Reflect on what? Reflect on the question that can I too become like Nachiketa, or can I too become such an adhikari? So the text silence or its inability to accommodate the reader's uniqueness is precisely what is transformative. So it is creating a space for the reader to self-examine, for an inner samvada, which is not guided from any external validation, but it is something which is internalized. It is an internalized ethical demand. So, while the dialogue between reader and Nachiketa is asymmetrical, it does not. It is not putting on any pressure on the reader. On the contrary, the reader is ethically free here to determine the mode or the pace or the depth of their transformation. Now, when a reader is engaging with the text, there can be many response which can unfold. So I have mentioned at least three of the responses which can be expected. So first, that if a reader engages with the figure of Nachiketa, he or she might feel inspired and drawn towards the moral and spiritual ideal embodied by Nachiketa, and he or she might then seek to cultivate similar adhikaritva. Or it may be the case that the reader might resist Nachiketa's idol, finding that Nachiketa is very aesthetic and the figure is very abstract. Or it may be the case that he or she might feel that the figure is culturally inaccessible. Or it can happen that after the encounter, one might experience a profound rupture or a moment of existential disturbance, which is provoked by the impossibility of fully inhabiting the dialogue with the idol, inhabiting the idol, which is leading to a reflective and re-evaluation of their own path. So there can be other responses as well. But what we get to see is that in all these cases, the response or the encounter retains its ethical potency, which is to say that the idol does not close down the reader's possibility, but rather it opens up a field of inner dialogue where the self is
Please
compelled to confront it.
conclude. Tanushri, please conclude. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So where the self is compelled to confront its own aspiration or failure. So now moving on, now we'll see the case of an unready reader who encounters with the Upanishadic text, and the encounter is not very smooth. So this reader is marked by the inner tension. So this reader is basically engaging with the text from an existential disturbance, or is hesitant, or is existential orientation uh, is not very composed, like the reader who was engaging with the text, who was very composed and was already poised towards the adhikaritva. Now, the rupture which is experienced by a reader is understood from the framework of broken cogito. Now we are bringing in Paul Ricoeur into this framework, where the concept of broken self refers to the idea that cogito or the self is something which gets to know itself through the other. So here the other in our case is Nachiketa, and the idleness of Nachiketa is something which is causing rupture in the reader. So experiencing this gap that between the understanding and the readiness is what Paul Ricoeur calls as recognized as the brokenness of the self. But this very gap is very productive, because it is moving the reader to open up themselves and to allow for change. So, the endeavor of this research are mentioned here. Kindly refer to it. And with this, I would like to wind up my presentation. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Tanushri. Like she has elaborately mentioned the adhikaritva, and she has connected it with the story of Nachiketa and Yama, and how reader gets connected, disconnected. Many times, physically when we are attending something, we are different. Online meetings are also different. So when she is reading, I could relate it with, how many of us are really connected to the discussion that is happening in the online mode. So thank you, Tanushri. Be there when the questions comes. Now I would like to request Amit Lakshman Wagmare. He'll be speaking on hidden jewel of aesthetics in the labyrinth of Vedanta. कसे
Yes,
आहात हो
sir.
तुम्ही?
बरं आहे सर. तुम्ही
Okay,
मराठी
okay.
आहात?
Please. Yeah, I know.
Okay. So this is
Your
a
time
hidden jewel of
starts.
yeah,
Yeah, you please
hidden
carry on.
hidden jewel of aesthetics in the labyrinth of Vedanta. So here, my purpose in this article is to bring into contention the aesthetics element in the Vaishnava scripture of Srimad Bhagavatam, known as the Spotless Puran, which is a commentary on the Brahma Sutras and whose main protagonist is Krishna. I am to analyze.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Dr. Amit, you
yeah,
are
yeah.
not audible. Yeah, please. Proceed.
Am I audible now? Yeah.
You
I
are
am to
audible.
analyze the I am to analyze the dynamics involved in weighing universal Upanishadic knowledge against the form of Krishna brimming with rasa. What is it that makes knowledge-oriented philosophy so attractive for the modern world? Why is there an urge throughout the past centuries to come up with a unique philosophy that encapsulates the concerning our existence? Because of human ego, this is a simple answer that serves the above questions satisfactorily. But I will attempt to run deeper into them and arrive at a conclusive outcome that is more encompassing. The data-driven mindset has consumed the psyche of the modern man as a means to achieve growth and advancement in material endeavors. Still, this is not the principal reason for the exponential rise in man's inquisitive attitude in recent times. But there lies something concealed behind this desire to know more, and it has to do with the feeling of security. By the term security, I don't mean the increased feeling of certainty in a foundational knowledge system that may be the truth. But security here refers to saving oneself from the trouble of getting questioned back. So actually, it's not moving forward.
You can just don't make it in the presentation. Yeah, it is moving. It is moving. Yeah.
Okay, fine. Again, not moving, sir.
Okay, you at your own level, since you are reading. Okay, at your own level,
Okay.
you proceed with your text.
Okay, fine, sir.
Yeah, it's moving. Still, you can go ahead with your own text.
Okay. So
Yeah,
this is
summarily you make presentation.
Levinas's critique of Heidegger. So here I want to explain what is the philosophy behind the impersonalism when we read any kind of text. So according to Levinas, Heidegger's ontology reduces the other to the same, meaning rather than focusing on being, this is small being, so which is the existent. Heidegger's ontology focuses on the being of the existence, which is the capital being, means how the being is, how the impersonal thing is. This capital being is neutral and its predominance in thought neglects the other, that is the existent. When the neutral being takes the center stage, there is an inability to recognize the presence of the other. For Levinas, this kind of ontology that reduces the other to the same promotes freedom because the neutral has no face or personal aspect that can question the proceedings that are carried on over its identity. The contemplation over the neutral is free from any inconvenience of interrogation, and there is no limit to the amount of speculation that it can shelter under its impersonalism. Thus, impersonalism is the condition that promotes the feeling of security, wherein there is no one to question the accumulation of information for the formalization of unmoderated theories. Impersonalism has cast such a spell over the globe that the modern thinker understands as his right to infiltrate the world with yet another formulation, elusive to truth but intellectual enough to gather an audience for its commemoration. If you look closely, impersonalism fosters intellectualism because of the absence of personal aspects like emotions and the calling into question of one's freedom. Unregulated spontaneity advocates the burgeoning of knowledge oriented systems, and attraction for them continues to grow as there is no fear of any personal presence that can question their accumulation. Limitless freedom is what impersonalism provides and intellectualism requires. My purpose here is not to devalue knowledge or gather evidence against intellectualism. To understand any philosophical system, knowledge is quintessential. I aim to create a backdrop where attraction for unending knowledge systems can be understood as a result of the deep down impact of impersonalism. This will help me to posit why the knowledge dominated portion of Vedanta, like the Upanishads, has captured the psyche of man throughout generations, while the emotion filled portion of Vedanta, like the Puranas, had to take a back seat in enchanting the same audience. In Bhagavad Gita, verse 15.15, Krishna is proclaiming to be God as the source and purpose of the Vedas. And not only in this specific verse, but there are numerous occasions in the Gita where Krishna directs us toward the fact that he is the supreme God. Now, in any way, my purpose in this article is not to prove Krishna as God or to profess some theistic ideals of ancient India. I am to unfold the resistance that is met with any kind of personal philosophy in the burgeoning empire of impersonal philosophy. The Puranas, specifically Srimad Bhagavatam, which is known as the spotless Purana, and the main attraction of this paper, contain inspiring narrations about the Supreme God Krishna and his devotees. The Bhagavatam is the commentary on the Brahma Sutras and is considered the ripened fruit of Vedic literature by the Vaishnava scholars. But what makes the modern audience repel from the emotions filled and invigorating stories of the Bhagavatam that have ingrained in them the highest philosophy? One reason for sure is the inclination towards intellectual reckoning rather than an emotional one. And the other deep rooted reason is the fear of confronting a philosophy that is authoritative. Both reasons are connected. As we saw earlier, impersonalism is the breeding ground for intellectualism, and the fear of losing one's freedom haunts one when one leaves the comfort of impersonalism and confronts a face. In the Bhagavatam, the face and personal characteristics of Krishna are described at length. It is mentioned that listening to them shouldn't make one fear losing one's freedom. Rather, the real freedom awaits one who comes under the glance of Krishna. This is real freedom beckons deliverance from the bondage of the material body to dive into the nectarian times of Krishna that promises the highest ecstasy after getting the taste of the supreme relation. This relation, the relation between God or the super soul and the soul, is a significant principle to grasp in the personal aspect involved in the philosophy propagated by the Bhagavatam. But a person in the clutches of impersonalism runs away from a relation. He prefers to project his soul into the neutral rather than forming a relation with another soul that can take him closer to reality. One can have a conversation with empty space and can come up with any idea or convince oneself of possibly anything. But when one has to converse with a face, a person, his presence fills the space with unpredictability, and the anticipation of his opposing stance to one's thought can bring one discomfort. The modern man hates losing comfort, although in the ascending process of knowledge acquisition. So ascending process is the inductive process. So there is excitement in excavating a new way of life, joy in professing an attitude rebellious to the current power, and satisfaction in finding solutions to the problems of humankind. But what if the solutions thus found are only temporary? While finding the flowery language of the Vedanta to be full of wisdom, the part where the personality of Krishna, the face of the absolute truth, is described was ignored. The impersonal description of the absolute truth proved to be attractive because it provided the opportunity to amend the truth for one's benefit. So now with impersonalism, you can amend the truth as in there is no one to question back, as there would be no questioning without the face of Krishna. The philosophy of Bhagavatam is focused on increasing one's attraction towards Krishna and softening one's heart so that one's remain receptive to the emotions required for forming one's relationship with Krishna. A soft heart is, receptive towards emotion. Of course, emotions must play a vital role in forming one's relationship with Krishna because one definitely can't impress God, who is already full in all six opulences, namely fame, beauty, wealth, strength, knowledge, and renunciation. So the only qualities that can move the most opulent supreme person in all of the universes must include simplicity, humility, and gratitude, and not intellect or worldwide fame. Hence, the Bhagavatam is for all living beings without any barrier of knowledge. And this is how the knowledge of the Supreme Person should be open to all, as all living entities are his part and parcel. The Bhagavatam is for the simple hearted. But the problem is that we have made ourselves and the world complex. Emotions today are not considered the level of intellectual philosophy because they come with unpredictability and anticipation. Unpredictable because the divine emotion of rasa can be experienced only in relation to the Supreme Person. And unlike impersonalism, a person questions, his presence is felt. Thus, when a being starts efforts to cultivate a soft heart and be receptive to emotions, he naturally develops the quality of humility because he is grateful for the real joy that life has bestowed upon him. He admits himself to the process where he wishes to get beyond the material joy and land on the platform of the spiritual. The source of the spirit is the one who is completely spiritual. And according to the Bhagavatam, that personality is Krishna. So here's the conclusion. The goal of Vedanta is to know the supreme absolute truth. Srimad Bhagavatam is a scripture that establishes Krishna as the supreme absolute truth and teaches one to love Krishna because knowing Krishna is an unimaginable task, owing to his infinite opulence. Throughout the past centuries, the Vedic texts have been accepted as the authority in the ways of human life, but have been looked upon only as a source of vital knowledge systems. It is high time that the coming generations don't just immerse themselves in the flowery language of the Vedas and realize its true essence in the practice of devotion that teaches love. It is going to be a difficult task to convince them of the beauty of the theistic aspect, but even if a few can move along the path of the Bhagavatam, it will be counted as real success. Thank you.
Thank you, Amit. It was nice. In very short span of time, you could explain. Indirectly, you said that you are not advocating Lord Krishna as God, but looking at your text, you have already declared. But one thing I like the most is that you questioned the complexities, and you also uh, made the audience aware that you should not get into the rosy pictures, the teachings of Vedanta, but get to dive into spirituality. That is, and for that eligibility, you said is simplicity, gratitude, and humility. These three things that you have mentioned. That these are the basic qualities, and but most of the time we have made most of the things, as you rightly said, complex. Okay, so even philosophy is more complex to understand. So, but these three qualities are uh, very easy to be imbibed. So, thank you, Amit Wagmare,
Thank you
for
so much.
your nice presentation. Now, I would like to request the next paper presenter, uh, Ravi Kumar. Are you there? रवि कुमार उपनिषदों में धर्म की अवधारणा.
Yes, sir.
Ravi
Namaste.
Kumar. Yeah, namaste, namaste, Ravi. Yes,
Good
please. You
morning,
have any
everyone.
presentation?
No, sir.
You don't have. Amit, just unshare. No, you are sharing your text still. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Please.
मेरा टॉपिक
Yeah.
है उपनिषदों में धर्म की अवधारणा, रीत, कर्म और मोक्ष के परिप्रेक्ष्य में एक दार्शनिक विश्लेषण। भारतीय दार्शनिक चिंतन के शिखर उपनिषद मानव अस्तित्व के गहनतम प्रश्नों का अन्वेषण करते हैं। उपनिषदों में धर्म की अवधारणा एक केंद्रीय स्तंभ के रूप में स्थापित है, जो मात्र नैतिक नियमों या सामाजिक कर्तव्यों का संग्रह नहीं, अपितु एक गहन ब्रह्मांडीय और आध्यात्मिक सिद्धांत है। धर्म शब्द की व्युत्पत्ति संस्कृत की धृ धातु से हुई है, जिसका शाब्दिक अर्थ है धारण करना। इस व्युत्पत्ति में धर्म का सार निहित है। यह वह तत्व है जो व्यक्ति, समाज और संपूर्ण ब्रह्मांड को एक सामंजस्यपूर्ण व्यवस्था में धारण करता है। यह शोध पत्र उपनिषदों में धर्म की इसी जटिल और बहुआयामी अवधारणा का अन्वेषण करेगा। इसका उद्देश्य धर्म को केवल नैतिक संहिताओं के रूप में नहीं, बल्कि एक ऐसे आध्यात्मिक और ब्रह्मांडीय सिद्धांत के रूप में प्रस्तुत करना है, जो सीधे तौर पर आत्मन और मुक्ति से जुड़ा हुआ है। उपनिषदों में धर्म की अवधारणा का विकास वैदिक चिंतन की एक लंबी यात्रा का परिणाम है। प्रारंभिक वैदिक काल में ब्रह्मांडीय व्यवस्था को ऋत की अवधारणा के माध्यम से समझा जाता था। ऋत वह अपरिहार्य सार्वभौमिक नियम था जो ग्रहों की गति से लेकर ऋतुओं के चक्र और नैतिक व्यवस्था तक सभी को नियंत्रित करता था। यह एक ऐसी बाहरी व्यवस्था थी जिसे देवताओं, विशेष रूप से वरुण द्वारा संरक्षित माना जाता था। अब धर्म के विविध आयाम, रीत, कर्म और पुरुषार्थ। उपनिषदों में धर्म की अवधारणा को उसके विविध आयामों के माध्यम से समझा जा सकता है, जो ब्रह्मांडीय व्यवस्था से लेकर व्यक्तिगत आचरण तक विस्तृत हैं। रीत, धर्म की ब्रह्मांडीय नींव। धर्म की उपनिषदिक अवधारणा की जड़ें वैदिक रीत में निहित है। रीत को ब्रह्मांड के उस अपरिवर्तनीय भौतिक और नैतिक नियम के रूप में परिभाषित किया गया है, जिसके कारण ग्रह अपनी यात्रा करते हैं, ऋतुएं नियमित रूप से बदलती हैं और ब्रह्मांड में एक व्यवस्था बनी रहती है। यह सत्य और व्यवस्था का सार्वभौमिक सिद्धांत है। कर्म का सिद्धांत और धर्म। उपनिषदों में ने कर्म के सिद्धांत को स्पष्ट रूप से स्थापित किया है। शुभ कर्मों से पुण्य और अशुभ कर्मों से पाप का उदय होता है और ये कर्म व्यक्ति के भविष्य को निर्धारित करते हैं। इस ढांचे में धर्म का पालन इस शुभ कर्मों का आधार है। हालांकि उपनिषद के इस सरल नियम से आगे जाते हैं और निष्काम कर्म की गहन अवधारणा प्रस्तुत करते हैं, जिसे बाद में भगवत गीता में अधिक विस्तार दिया गया है। निष्काम कर्म का अर्थ है फल की इच्छा के बिना अपने कर्तव्य के रूप में कर्म करना। यह अवधारणा धर्म और कर्म के संबंध को एक नया आयाम देती है। सामान्यतः इच्छा से प्रेरित और फल से जुड़ा हुआ कर्म बंधन का कारण बनता है, लेकिन जब वही कर्म धर्म के अनुसार निष्काम भाव से किया जाता है तो वह बंधन उत्पन्न नहीं करता। इसके विपरीत ऐसा कर्म चित्त शुद्धि का कारण बनता है। यह व्यक्ति यह शुद्ध व्यक्ति को अज्ञान और अहंकार से मुक्त करती है और उसे आत्मज्ञान और मोक्ष के लिए तैयार करती है। इस प्रकार धर्म एक उत्प्रेरक के रूप में कार्य करता है, जो कर्म की बंधनकारी प्रकृति को मोक्ष के साधन के रूप में बदलता है। पुरुषार्थ चतुष्टय में धर्म का स्थान। हिंदू धर्म में जीवन के 4 लक्ष्य निर्धारित किए गए हैं, जिसे पुरुषार्थ चतुष्टय कहा गया है। धर्म, अर्थ, काम और मोक्ष, इन चारों में धर्म को आधारभूत माना गया है। उपनिषदिक दृष्टिकोण यह स्पष्ट करता है कि अर्थ और काम का अनुसरण धर्म के नैतिक ढांचे के भीतर किया जाना चाहिए। धर्म के बिना अर्थ केवल लोभ बनकर रह जाता है और काम अनियंत्रित वासना में बदल जाता है। धर्म इन दोनों को संतुलित करता है, उन्हें एक दिशा देता है और उन्हें जीवन के अंतिम लक्ष्य मोक्ष की एक सीढ़ी बनाता है। यह एक ऐसी व्यवस्था है जिसमें भौतिक जीवन को आध्यात्मिक लक्ष्यों के विरुद्ध नहीं बल्कि उनके सहायक के रूप में देखा जाता है, बशर्ते कि वह धर्म द्वारा निर्देशित हो। अब प्रमुख उपनिषदों में धर्म की व्याख्या बताते हैं। उपनिषदों में धर्म की अवधारणा को किसी एक परिभाषा में नहीं बांधा गया। विभिन्न उपनिषद अपने विशिष्ट दार्शनिक दृष्टिकोण के माध्यम से इसके अलग अलग पहलुओं पर प्रकाश डालते हैं। बृहदारण्यक उपनिषद इसे परम सत्ता और सत्य से जोड़ता है, तो छांदोग्य इसे सामाजिक कर्तव्यों के रूप में परिभाषित करता है। तैत्तिरीय उपनिषद इसे एक व्यवहारिक आचार संहिता के रूप में प्रस्तुत करता है, जबकि कठोपनिषद इसे श्रेय और प्रेय के मार्ग के रूप में देखता है। बृहदारण्यक उपनिषद, धर्म, सत्य और परम सत्ता। बृहदारण्यक उपनिषद, जो अपने आकार और दार्शनिक गहराई दोनों में बृहत है, धर्म को एक परम और सार्वभौमिक सिद्धांत के रूप में स्थापित करता है। इस उपनिषद के प्रथम अध्याय के चतुर्थ ब्राह्मण में 2 मुख्य महत्वपूर्ण पहलुओं का अनावरण किया गया है। इसके 14वें श्लोक में 14वें मंत्र में कहा गया है, क्षत्रस्य क्षत्रम यद धर्म है। यह घोषणा की धर्म क्षत्रिय का भी क्षत्रिय है। धर्म को सर्वोच्च नियामक शक्ति के रूप में स्थापित करती है। इसका तात्पर्य यह है कि सांसारिक शक्ति, चाहे वह राजा की हो या किसी अन्य शासक की, धर्म के अधीन है। धर्म ही वह अंतिम विधान है जो शक्ति को नियंत्रित और निर्देशित करता है। इसके आगे कहा है, यो वै स धर्म है सत्यम वै तत्। यह समीकरण, जो धर्म है वही सत्य है। धर्म को एक निरपेक्ष, अपरिवर्तनीय, वास्तविक वास्तविक सत्य के साथ एकाकार कर देता है। यहाँ धर्म केवल एक सामाजिक परंपरा नियम नहीं रह जाता, बल्कि वह अस्तित्व की प्रकृति के अनुरूप हो जाता है। सत्य बोलना धर्म का पालन करना है और धर्म का आचरण करना सत्य में जीना है। ये दोनों एक ही सिक्के के 2 पहलू हैं। यह धर्म को एक वस्तुनिष्ठ और सार्वभौमिक आधार प्रदान करता है, जो व्यक्तिगत मत या सामाजिक सुविधा से परे है। इसके अतिरिक्त बृहदारण्यक उपनिषद में द्वितीय अध्याय में मधु विद्या भी धर्म की ब्रह्मांडीय प्रकृति को दर्शाती है। मधु विद्या के अनुसार इस ब्रह्मांड में सभी तत्व और सभी प्राणी एक दूसरे के लिए मधु के समान हैं और वे एक दूसरे का पोषण करते हैं और एक दूसरे पर निर्भर हैं। यह ब्रह्मांडीय पारस्परिकता और सामंजस्य ही धर्म का सार है। छांदोग्य उपनिषद में धर्म के 3 स्कंद के बारे में बताया गया है। छांदोग्य उपनिषद, जो सामवेद से जुड़ा है और संगीत तथा उपासना पर केंद्रित है, धर्म को एक अधिक व्यवहारिक और सामाजिक संरचना के रूप में प्रस्तुत करता है। इसके द्वितीय अध्याय के 23वें खंड में एक प्रसिद्ध कथन है, त्रयो धर्म स्कंदः, यानी धर्म के 3 स्कंद हैं। प्रथम स्कंद, इसमें यज्ञ, स्वाध्याय और दान शामिल है। यह मुख्य रूप से गृहस्थ आश्रम के कर्तव्यों को दर्शाता है और सामाजिक व्यवस्था और परंपरा को बनाए रखने की आवश्यक है। द्वितीय स्कंद, यह तप है। यह वानप्रस्थ आश्रम से जुड़ा है, जहाँ व्यक्ति इंद्रिय संयम और ध्यान के माध्यम से आत्म शुद्धि का प्रयास करता है। तृतीय स्कंद, यह ब्रह्मचर्य है, जिसमें शिष्य गुरुकुल में रहकर वेदों का अध्ययन करता है और अपने शरीर को ज्ञान प्राप्ति के लिए समर्पित कर देता है। यह वर्गीकरण विभिन्न आश्रमों के निर्धारित निर्धारित कर्तव्यों को धर्म के अंतर्गत लाता है। लेकिन उपनिषद यही नहीं रुकता, वह एक अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण भेद प्रस्तुत करता है। इसमें इसी मंत्र में आगे कहा है, सर्व एते पुण्य लोका भवन्ति परम संस्थोमृतत्वम। इसका अर्थ है कि उपरोक्त तीनों धर्म स्कंदों का पालन करने वाले पुण्य लोग यानी स्वर्ग आदि को प्राप्त करते हैं, जो कि अस्थायी और कर्म के फल हैं। परंतु जो ब्रह्म में स्थित है, ब्रह्म ज्ञानी, वह व्यक्ति जो ब्रह्म में दृढ़ता से स्थित है, ही अमृत तत्व यानी मोक्ष को प्राप्त करता है। अब तैत्तिरीय उपनिषद में आचार संहिता के रूप में धर्म को बताया गया है। तैत्तिरीय उपनिषद की प्रथम वल्ली जो है शिक्षा वल्ली, उसमें 11वें मंत्र में धर्म को एक व्यवहारिक और नैतिक आचार संहिता के रूप में प्रस्तुत किया गया है। इसका 11वां याग दीक्षांत उपदेश है, जिसमें गुरुकुल से विदा हो रहे शिष्य को गृहस्थ आश्रम में प्रवेश के लिए निर्देश देते हैं। यह उपदेश सत्यम व धर्मम चर से शुरू होता है। यहाँ पर धर्म का अर्थ है जीवन के विभिन्न क्षेत्रों में अपने कर्तव्यों का निष्ठापूर्वक पालन करना। गुरु शिष्य को निर्देश देते हैं, स्वाध्याय प्रवचनाभ्याम न प्रमदितव्यम, स्वाध्याय और प्रवचन में प्रमाद न करें। देव पितृकार्याभ्याम न प्रमदितव्यम, देव और पितृकार्यों को उनमें प्रमाद न करें। मातृदेवो भव, पितृदेवो भव, आचार्य देवो भव, अतिथि देवो भव, इन सब के द्वारा व्यवहारिक जो आचार हैं उनका बताया गया है। अब कठोपनिषद में श्रेयस और प्रेस का मार्ग बताया गया है। इसमें अपने यहाँ पहले से भी दो लोगों ने बता दिया है, तो इसके बारे में ज्यादा इतनी आवश्यकता नहीं लगती। इसमें श्रेयस और प्रेस के बारे में नचिकेता जो है श्रेय को चुनाव करते हैं। अब धर्म और मोक्ष जो है साधन और साध्य का संबंध। उपनिषदों का अंतिम लक्ष्य मोक्ष, जन्म मृत्यु के चक्र से मुक्ति है। इस परिप्रेक्ष्य में धर्म की भूमिका एक साधन के रूप में उभरती है, जो इस परम साध्य की प्राप्ति के लिए मार्ग प्रशस्त करता है। धर्म का पालन अपने आप में अंतिम लक्ष्य नहीं है, बल्कि एक आवश्यक तैयारी है जो व्यक्ति को मोक्ष के योग्य बनाती है। यह संबंध स्वधर्म के पालन, यज्ञ की दार्शनिक पुनर्व्याख्या और धर्म संकट की नैतिक चुनौतियों के माध्यम से स्पष्ट होता है। इसमें स्वधर्म जो अपना वर्ण आश्रम विहित है उसके बारे में बताया गया है कि स्वधर्म के पालन से व्यक्ति की चित्त शुद्धि होती है, निष्काम काम करते हुए। ज्ञान कांड और कर्म कांड का समन्वय किया गया है। और अब निष्कर्ष पर आते हैं। उपनिषदों में धर्म की अवधारणा एक गहन और बहुआयामी दार्शनिक सिद्धांत के रूप में उभरती है, जो वैदिक चिंतन के क्रमकांडीय स्वरूप से ज्ञान कांड की ओर एक महत्वपूर्ण विकास को दर्शाती है। यह केवल नैतिक नियम या सामाजिक कर्तव्य का एक संग्रह मात्र नहीं, बल्कि एक गतिशील और सार्वभौमिक सिद्धांत है, जो व्यक्ति को उसके वास्तविक स्वरूप और परम ब्रह्म के साथ संरेखित करता है। उपनिषद धर्म का सार। उपनिषदों में धर्म की यात्रा रीत से शुरू होती है और व्यक्तिगत नैतिक आचरण तक फैली हुई है। बृहदारण्यक उपनिषद इसे सत्य और सत्य की भी शक्ति कहकर सर्वोच्च स्थान देता है। तैत्तिरीय में इसे सत्यम व धर्मचर के माध्यम से एक व्यवहारिक आचार संहिता। और अब इसकी समकालिक प्रासंगिकता। उपनिषदों का धर्म दर्शन आज के युग में भी अत्यंत प्रासंगिक है। यह व्यक्तिगत जिम्मेदारी, नैतिक नेतृत्व और आध्यात्मिक विकास के लिए कालातीत रूपरेखा प्रदान करता है। धर्म संकट की अवधारणा हमें सिखाती है कि नैतिकता नियमों का अंधानुकरण नहीं, बल्कि विवेकपूर्ण निर्णय लेने की प्रक्रिया है। पारिस्थितिक धर्म की नींव रखता है, जो आज के पर्यावरणीय संकटों के लिए एक महत्वपूर्ण अंतर्दृष्टि प्रदान करता है। स्वामी विवेकानंद, स्वामी कृपात्री महाराज, स्वामी अखंडानंद सरस्वती जैसे आधुनिक विचारों ने उपनिषदों के इन्हीं सार्वभौमिक सिद्धांतों की पुनर्व्याख्या करके उनकी समकालीन प्रासंगिकता को और भी सशक्त रूप से स्थापित किया।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद रवि कुमार। आपने बहुत ही अच्छी तरह से धर्म की परिभाषा क्या है, धर्म की अवधारणा क्या है, और आपने कहा कि ये सार्वभौमिक सिद्धांत के रूप से धर्म को आपने बताया, और चातुर्वर्णों में निहित धर्म की परिभाषा है आपने बताए हैं। और बहुत सारे आपने उल्लेख किया है, जैसे कि चांडोक उपनिषद, कठोपनिषद, तैत्तिरीयोपनिषद वगैरह जो है, जो आचार संहिता और श्रेयस जो हम कहते हैं कि दोनों के बीच में हमको एक ही चुनना है, तो हमारी बुद्धिमत्ता को भी दर्शाता है। धर्म जो है, आपने कहा कि धर्मार्थ काम मोक्ष, ये इसमें सबसे ज्यादा गुरुत्व अगर दिया है तो वो धर्म को। तो बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद रवि, फॉर योर नाइस प्रेजेंटेशन। आप कहाँ से, आप नहीं बोला है कहाँ से है?
हरियाणा।
हरियाणा से, ओके
हरियाणा
ओके
से।
ओके। नाउ हमारे पास अभी 5 मिनट टाइम है। वी हैव 5 minutes टाइम। वी कैन हैव क्वेश्चंस फॉर द प्रेजेंटर्स। I open the forum for raising the questions. Anyone? Nanglen? Okay, the coordinators, you have received any questions from the audience?
No, sir. We are checking the chat box and
Okay,
there's no question.
okay. Then should I conclude? Then
Sure, sir. Because the
we
last
have,
participant is absent.
no, yeah, that's why we got time, so we started 10 minutes late, so it was covered now. Okay. So
Yes, sir.
any questions from the paper presenters to the other paper presenters? Surya Peta Vaishnavi, you have any question?
No, Professor, thank you.
Okay, okay, okay. So, but wonderful presentations. I would like to conclude that the starting from uh, the Vaishnavi, she talked about the self and no self, and and she focused more on Alaya Vijnana, and she also mentioned the challenges into it, and she has related to uh, the risk of becoming substantial self. She uh, very nicely understood, made all of us aware about the importance of memory. And so thank you, Vaishnaviji. And the second paper was on by Kalyani Deshmukh. She spoke on the conversation between Nachiketa and Yama, and where she mentioned the importance of Shreyas and prayers. So Viveka is something which makes us to select whether Shreyas or prayers. And prayers is for immediate gratification, and Shreyas is from something long term sustainable. So Viveka, person with Viveka always selects the Shreyas. And she also mentioned that how Upanishads played an important role in promoting metaphysical knowledge, and that is possible only through when we adopt Shreyas as a means of knowledge. Then Tanushri Patel carry forward the idea of Nachiketa, and the discussion, the dialogue between Nachiketa and Yama, but where she tried to portray what are the qualities of a seeker, what are the qualities of uh, she mentioned that seeker in making. This is very good, and she has come up with certain principles. What makes a seeker a good seeker, and what makes the knowledge a real knowledge? She mentions that the basic principles of seeker in making is shared truth, then jigyasa, then Veda should be there, Shraddha should be there. Here it reminds me of one very popular shloka of Bhagavad Gita. It says that Twadviddi pranipatena pariprashnena sevaya tvadekshanti te jnanam jnaninam tattvadarshinaha. So the seeker should go to the Guru with an intention to enlighten oneself. So that surrenderness in front of Guru is the prerequisite for seeker in making. Then Amit Wagmare, he has come up with various concepts of impersonalism, and he says that with the promotion of impersonalism, we can feel, we can promote security, and intellectualism will also be there if we get into impersonalism. And he referred to Bhagavatam also, and he said that don't get into the rosy knowledge, don't get lured by the rosy knowledge of the Vedas, but get the real essence of Vedas by engaging oneself into devotion. So that's why he mentions that uh, the basic eligibility of any devotee is not having intellectuality, but he simply said that simplicity and humility and gratitudes are the basic qualifications with which we can attain the we can attain the Brahman. And last but not least, Ravi Kumar, he talked about he referred to various Upanishads and the interpretations of dharma mentioned elucidated in various Upanishads, and he said that among all dharma, artha, kama, moksha, dharma plays an important role. It is the basic tenet which connects, without which there is no role of artha, kama, and moksha. And he, at while mentioning, he has referred to Kathopanishad, Taittiriya Upanishad, and others. He also mentioned how karma plays an important role, and he mentioned that among the karma, nishkama karma, as promulgated by Bhagavad Gita, need to be adopted by people to lead a dharmic life. This is what the paper presenters. I thank all the 5 paper presenters for making their presentation within time, and also thanks to the organizers for giving this opportunity. So once again, I thank all the participants for their wonderful presentation. Looking forward to meeting you in the near future in any in-person conferences or other events. So thank you very much. Over to Kelvin.
Thank you so much, sir, for the brief summary of all the presenters' presentations. So we have come to the end of the first session, and we still have 15 minutes to start our second session.
Oh, great.
Yeah, and we have to wait for the next chairperson also. So as soon as he arrives again, we will start. So maybe we can take a break for 10 minutes, and the link is open. It will be open until the end of the sessions, till evening. So let's meet after 10 minutes.
Thank you, Kelvin. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, please switch on your videos. We can take one picture, all of you together. Amit, Vagmare, Ravi, Vaishnavi.
Yes.
Yeah, next chairperson has come.
Group photo.
Yeah, just we are taking. Professor, join us. Fire, sir.
Yeah.
Fire, sir. You come in the middle, sir. Yeah, we are taking one picture of you.
Good morning, sir.
Yes, sir. Nice, sir. So thank you so much, sir. I am handing over the next session to you. We have finished on time because one person one paper presenters he could not join. So thank you, sir. Over to you now. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
We are starting.
Thank you. Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes. No, there is a break, I think.
So that.
It is supposed to start from 11, I believe. 11:05.
So there is 10
Who's
minutes
saying that?
time is there.
No, 10:45. 10:45 is the time.
As per the
So
schedule,
good morning to all of you. We are starting the online session from time has changed. It is
11.
exactly. That's
it is
what
from
I was
11
also.
only. It is 11.
Still have 10 minutes.
Yes,
Still
11:05.
10 more minutes.
Yeah.
Still 10 more minutes. Because according to the old schedule, it was 10:45.
Indeed.
Yes. So what should we do? If someone is ready, you can make your presentation. The first presenter is Dr. Akhilesh Kumar Mishra. Samvada method. Samvada is method, rethinking dialogue in the Upanishadic philosophic tradition. If you want, you can make the presentation. Otherwise, we will wait.
For 10 minutes.
I will wait. I have no problem.
Sir,
Provided good cup of tea is given to me immediately.
sir, I'm Vidushi Pandey and I'm ready for the presentation.
Okay. Who is waiting for the presentation?
Sir, I'm Vidushi Pandey.
Vidushi Pandey. Yes.
Yeah, I'm the last one of your session on 8 number, if you could see.
Yes. Give me the thing. Let me answer. Yeah, 8th. Vidushi Pandey.
Yeah.
Globalization through the lens of Upanishadic perspective, space and time. Very
Yeah.
good. What do you want?
I want to present, sir.
Now.
Could you please allow me for that, or I should wait
No,
for?
the problem is,
Automatically.
But Professor,
no,
there
the
are
thing
other
is this, I can
presenters who are
allow, I have
also
no
present.
issue. But see, the time schedule is very important. 11:05.
Okay.
You're from, please keep quiet. You are from which university or college?
IIT Bhubaneswar, sir.
IIT Bhubaneswar. Oh my God, my student is there, Sridhamma Mishra.
Yeah, she is my supervisor.
Oh, great, great. She did PhD under me. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Sridhamma Mishra. I'm coming there next December.
Oh, sir.
You have
Welcome.
a big seminar, no? Yes.
Yeah, sir.
Yeah, Sridhamma is one of the brightest students I had. I hope
Yes.
you are also. Huh? Yes.
Yeah. Okay, sir.
So what should we do? I do not know. Your request is genuine. What should we do? Huh? Huh?
Teacher also.
Yeah. How many of you are there? How many of you are present? This session, how many of you are present? Because the problem
So
is
I'm
you're
also
present
one
now.
of the presenters
Many,
and I'm there, sir. I'm also one of the presenters and I'm there, sir.
That is true. That is true. But there are so many of them. I can see Vidhu Jain and Tanushree, then Neha, Rashmi.
Sir, some of them already presented, the people.
They've already presented. Okay.
Some of them
This
already
particular
presented.
session, who are they?
So
This
I am
particular session, who are they?
Akhilesh Mishra.
Please come on camera and tell me. It'll be easy for me to deal with this. Because there are certain protocol. We cannot simply go.
According to the schedule, you should call out the name one by one. I mean,
I'll call out the names. Dr. Akhilesh Kumar Mishra, Neha
Yes, sir.
Keshari, Sindhu. Akhilesh is there?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Neha Keshari is there. Sindhu Paudyal, Paudyal, na? Paudyal is there? Yes. Then Sujata Raju.
Yes, sir.
Sujata is there. Fine. Very good. And Dr. Monica Prabhagar.
She will be coming.
Vidhu Jain.
Yes, I'm there.
You are there. Yes. Where are you? Adrija Sarkar. Adrija hasn't come because her presentation is a little later. Vishuddhi is here. Okay?
Vidushi.
Vidushi. Yeah, sure.
Yes.
Vidushi. Yes. Even before getting your PhD, you're calling your parents have started calling you Vidushi. Vidushi means scholar. Very good. You're already a scholar. So, I think we can start. We will save a lot of time.
you can start.
And I'm telling you, each presenter has 15 minutes. So should we start with Vidushi Pandey? Because with your permission, I can start. It's a request. If you have no problem, Vidushi can complete by Oh, problem, no? It's only 5 more minutes. So it is better, Vidushi, you please wait.
Yes, sir.
We're already 11 o'clock.
Yes.
Another 5 minutes, we'll start.
Okay, sir.
Sorry.
Yes, sir.
So Dr. Akhilesh will start the presentation. Dr. Akhilesh will start the presentation. Dr. Akhilesh Kumar Mishra. Samvada as method, rethinking dialogue in Upanishadic philosophical tradition. Yes. So sharp at 11:05 we will start. It will go up to 12:40. So 1 hour 35 minutes. Divided by 8, you see? How much time do they get?
15 minutes.
60 plus 40. 100. 100 divided by
8.
8.
12.5.
Eh?
12 minutes.
12 minutes.
minutes.
Yes, see? You have only 12 minutes. Yes. If one of you can bring a cup of coffee for me, I'll be very happy. Coffee is on the way. But this is the new schedule. I received a schedule. It was 10:45.
It was updated. Updated.
Amrish ji. So that CUT wala sab clear कर दिया आपने?
हाँ, कर रहा है.
Okay, how many students have joined? Any idea?
अभी तक नहीं देखा. तो खोल के देखना पड़ेगा.
ठीक है, because that is important. They are asking. How many people have actually paid the fees? That is the most.
कल तक टाइम है.
Okay, actually you shouldn't have given time till 30th.
हाँ.
We could have closed it today. Yes. Okay, Amrish, thank you. Oh. Yeah, 3 more minutes. So you have 12 minutes. You have to keep the time. Exactly 12 minutes. You have to tell it down.
Yeah.
And we won't get much time for discussion. So what I request you is to make very precise presentations. Very precise arguments and presentations. Don't go for beating the bush. Make strong arguments so that your presentation will be recorded also. I think we are recording it.
Yeah.
Yes, we are recording it. Yeah. So perhaps our dialogue and discussion will continue. Maybe not in the session, but later. Because now I don't think there'll be time for big discussion. We have to wind up the session because immediately after that, there will be another session starting. After this, Dr. Akhilesh, you are ready?
Yes, sir. Pranam, sir.
Ah, Pranam. Yes. So in 2 minutes, we'll start. Okay.
Ji, sir.
You have a notepad? For me, I didn't bring it up. Will I write here?
Yeah, you can write anywhere.
Time you have to keep. So hearty welcome to this session to all the paper presenters. Now I request the first presenter, to Akhilesh, to kindly make his presentation. Please.
सभी को प्रणाम. सदाशिव समारंभाम शंकराचार्य मध्यमाम अस्मदाचार्य पर्यंताम वंदे गुरु परंपरा. I'm Dr. Akhilesh Kumar Misra, PDF scholar from Department of Vedic Darsans, Banaras Hindu University. My research paper title is Samvad as a Method, Rethinking Dialogue in the Upanishadic Philosophical Tradition. आश्चर्यो वक्ता कुशलोस्य लब्धा आश्चर्यो ज्ञाता कुशलानुशिष्टता. It is from Kat Upanishad. Modern philosophy often begins with a doubt and ends with a definition. It constructs argument with the preciseness, favors structure, clarity, and it's largely judged by how conclusively it resolves the questions it raises. Yet, in many moments of real thinking, moments of silence and inner turning, something in us resists this linear movement. Some questions don't ask to be answered, but they ask to be carried, and some truths don't arise by the demonstrations, by something more subtle. It is slow interior recognition. There is where the Upanishads begin, not only the propositions, but with presence. They rarely define and almost never conclude. Their teachings are embedded in the sacred conversations between Pita and Putra, like Aruni and Shvetketu, between Pati and Patni, as in dialogues of Yagyavalk and Maitri, between Acharya and Sishya, as the Prajapati and Indra, even between Mrityu and Kumar, as in the profound encounter of Yam and Nachiketa. These are not merely dedicated scenes, but they are lived inquiries shaped as much by silence and intimacy as by speech. The terms mostly frequently associated with these dialogical encounters is samvad, a word often translated somewhat reductively as dialogue. Yet within the Upanishadic context or Indian philosophical traditions, samvad is not mere conversational exchange. It is a mode of sakshatkaritva, grounded in Shraddha and Adhikaritva, and the ethical proximity between Acharya and Shishya, etymologically derived from the Sam and Vad. Samvad suggests not argumentations, not debate, but a co-emergence of jnana through the relational openness. It is the Sahakari process, a philosophical companionship where knowledge is neither imposed nor extracted, but gradually revealed through the attentive listening and inner repining. In this sense, Samvad aligns more than the Manan and Nididhyasan than with the dialectics from eristic refutations. Its function is not the prosecute but the illuminate. This discussion is not merely stylistic, it marks a deeper divergence in the epistemological commitments. The Upanishadic vision of knowledge is not the representational but transformative. To know is not to grasp an object from a distance, but to undergo a change in one's being. This is perhaps why the great declarations, Tattvam Asi, I am Atma Brahma, are embedded within dialogues. They are not simple statements to be memorized, but realizations to be uncovered. This paper explores Samvad as the distinct philosophical methods, one of the privileged relational understanding over the discursive finality, drawing from the major Upanishadic dialogue Yagyavalkya, Maitri, Nachiketa, Yam, and Udvalak Shvetakit. It argues that Samvad serves not merely as a narrative frame, but as a deliberate pedagogical and astrological tool. Through close reading, it will examine how the method of dialogue reflects the metaphysical and ethical commitments to early Indian philosophical thought. Conceptual foundations of Samvad. There is a quite power in the way the Upanishad speaks, not enough declarations, but through Samvad. The seed doesn't lecture, the student doesn't passively receive. Something is exchanged, not just information, but presence, attention, even hesitations. This structure repeated across the major Upanishads. It's neither accidental nor merely stylistic. It's from the core of what we know recognize the method of Samvad. The term Samvad, frequently translation, the dialogue or discussion, carries a depth of meaning that extend far beyond its casual English equivalents. From the standpoints of Sanskrit grammar and philosophical uses, Samvad is derived from the verbal root vad, meaning to speak or to utter, as recorded in the Dhatu part. Vad avaktam bhasyam, it is formed by the combing the prefix sam, which denotes togetherness, completeness, or the mutuality, with the root vad, and then adding the affix ghanya pratyay, which produced an abstract action noun. According to Pani Ashtadhyayi, this suffix is applied in context that involves speaking of verbal actions. The grammatically sam plus vad plus ghanya is equal to samvad, yielding a word that connects the merely talk but a shared act of speaking, a mutual unfolding the thought. Structurally, it can also be analyzed at the Tatpurush Samas, where some modified vad in reinforcing its character as joint intentional communicative acts. Commentators like Nagesh Bhatt in their exegesis of verbal prefixes highlights the sum implies a form of the Shahacharya and the Sampurnata, both of which resonates deeply with the Upanishadic vision of dialogue as the astrological event rather than an intellectual exercise. Samvad then it is not argument, is the adversarial sense, but a speech carried in the companionships. Consider this, the Upanishads are perhaps not only the major philosophical text whose most enduring metaphysical claims are introduced not an abstract from by the response of questions. The famous phrase Ayatma Vididyam, the self must known, comes from the command, but a part of the process. Atma va are drashtavyah srotavyah mantavyah nididhyasavyah. The self, dear one, must be seen, heard about, and reflected upon, meditated upon. This sentence alone contains the heart of the Vedantic pedagogy, Sravan, Manan, and Nididhyasana. These are not linear steps, but the overlapping rhythms. Each depends on the teacher-student relationship, but also on the silence between them. The silence is not emptiness, it's method. What makes Samvad philosophical interesting is its refusal of separate knowledge from the knower. This is why metaphors, analogies, and the paradox are so common. When Uddalak tells Shvetketu, "En asrutam srutam bhavati amatam matam avigyatam vigyatam," that's by which what is not heard becomes heard, what is not thought becomes thought, what is non known becomes known. He is only simply describing the object of knowledge, but the pointing towards a shift in consciousness itself. In the way, Samvad is not dialectics in the Hegelian or the Socratic sense. It is a design by eliminate error through the contradictions, but a deepened awareness through a layered presence. The teacher is not imposing clarity. They are creating space for something to arise, something through speech, something through retreat. The Guru-Shishya relationship is central here, not a hierarchy, but a conditions. The Guru authority comes from the institutional status, but from the interior clarity, Atma Jnana, and the Shishya readiness, Adhikaritva, is not a matter of academic qualification, but existential seriousness. Samvad only works when both are fully present. In the time of when knowledge is increasingly commodified, reduced to connect, to be delivered and the consumed, the Upanishadic traditions offer a radically different model of learning and meaning making. The method of Samvad, far from being too archaic, offers a living pedagogical and philosophical orientation. On that continues to challenge our assumptions and the education dialogue and even what is means to know. Contemporary intellectual lives, especially in academic and public discourse, is often saved by adversarial methods of engagements. Debates are framed around opposition. Disagreement is valorized and the sign of critical strength. Yet in this framework, trains to prioritize speed, certainty, and performative mastery over depth, presence, and the genuine inquiry. The result is often more noise and than understanding. The Upanishadic Samvad stand in sharp contrast. It models a from philosophical dialogue that is deeply relational and marked by a quality of silence, both literal and the conceptual, that allows a space of transformations. At its core, Samvad embodies what may be called epistemic humility. The teacher, however wise, does not speak from a place of omniscience, but from the experience. The student, through seeking knowledge, is not treated as the blank state, but as someone whose readiness and sincerity make realizations possible. As a cut Upanishads reminds us, Nayatma pravachin labhyah na medhya na bahuna sutena. The self is not attained through a much learning, intelligence, and the teaching alone. It is a reminder that the education in this tradition is not transcendental, it's a initiatory. Some traditions that don't conclude. They invite you to return again and again to the same words, the same silence, until something in you begins to shift. The Upanishads belong to such as traditions. Their dialogues do not resolve themselves into doctrines or definitive answers. They end more often than not with a pause, a phrase half spoken, a
Dr.
teacher
Akhilesh?
walking. Ji sir.
Dr. Akhilesh?
Ji sir.
Unmute किया. I'm sorry to intervene. You have only 1 more minute. 1 minute में wind up करना है, ठीक है?
Okay, sir. Okay. A phrase half spoken, a teacher walking away, a student left not with an answer but with a deeper questions. This is not incidental. This is metaphysical in form and in intent. The self, the Atman, is revealed through Samvad, is not a thesis to be defended or the conclusion to be demonstrated. It is what remains when all such conclusions have been through and set aside. At Brihadaranyaka Upanishads affirm neti neti, not this, this. That which cannot be spoken in prepositions must be shown in invoked and ultimately recognized. In this light, Samvad is not merely a method of instruction, it is a form of shared transformation. Its significance lies not only in what it teaches, but it how enables teaching to become a scared counter. In each case, study where is Maitri asking about the immorality, Nachketa challenging death, and Shwetketu learning to see unity behind multiplicity. The dialogue perform what it describes. It enacts the movement from the external to internal, from knowing to informative to knowing as being. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much,
Dhanyawad, sir.
Akhilesh, for keeping the time. It was a very interesting theme, wonderful presentation. I have a lot of friends in Banaras Hindu University. Not now, they must have all left. So Banaras Hindu University has a tradition of very seriously approaching philosophy. And Professor A.K. Chatterjee was there, a great Buddhist scholar.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And I never met him. His student is my close friend. He's in Bombay IIT now. He's a faculty. So Banaras Hindu University has a tradition. I what you call idam na mama.
Yes, sir.
I accept your paper and your interest with folded hands. But some of the issues I'll just briefly mention. You're telling discursive dialogue. It is epistemological, metaphysical. Commitment is involved in that. And it is not, say, Socratic or Hegelian dialogue or dialectic. And there is Sravana, Manana, Nitidhyasana.
Yes, sir.
So you have said a lot of other things also. But one thing I'm telling you, there's no time for dialogue. If you come to the whole idea of dialogue, this discursive dialogue, say, for example, we have a lot of models, post-Kantian thinkers in the Western world. I worked on Habermas in dialogue, Mikhail Bakhtin, Michel Foucault, and up to Habermas, they appreciate a typical kind of rational discursive dialogue. But when it comes to Foucault, Derrida, and later thinkers, there are a lot of people, they all challenge this discursiveness and the metaphysical rootedness. It won't make it dialogue. So this for you to seriously think from an Indian point of view, okay?
Yes, sir.
You have to challenge it. You have to challenge it from the Samvad point of view. Okay?
Yes, sir.
All the best. Thank you so much. We'll continue this dialogue. And we are moving on to the next paper. Pranam. So the next paper presenter is Neha Keshari Nagarjuna and the Decentralized Self, a cross-cultural dialogue on self and modern identity. You're from which university, Dr. Neha?
So I am a
Neha.
PhD. So
Pardon?
am I audible? Yes.
You
Am I
are?
audible?
I can't
I
hear.
am from Indian Institute. Hello.
Yes. Tell me.
Yes, sir. I am a first year PhD student at Indian Institute of Technology, Tirupati, IIT Tirupati.
IIT Roorkee.
Tirupati.
Oh, my Bharat is there, Dr. Bharat.
He
You're
is
the
my
student?
supervisor.
Eh?
Yeah. He is my
Oh,
supervisor.
Bharat, convey my warm regards to Dr. Bharat. And of course, that great professor. I forget his name.
Professor Raghuram Raju.
Professor Raghuram Raju, who has done wonderful work in Indian thinking and thought. Of course, we were, when another professor died, we were together for a meeting and all. It's wonderful to listen to you. I mean, wonderful to get a chance to listen to you. Please make your presentation.
Sir, I did my master's from JNU. So,
great. JNU and Tirupati IIT is a deadly combination.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
So
very
good morning.
JNU. I did my PhD postdoctoral from IIT Madras and IIT Madras and Madras University. So those days I used to go to JNU and stay. So many of my friends were there. JNU was such a space, heaven of discussions, debates, fights, everything. So I respect people from JNU. All the best. Start your presentation.
So thank you, sir, and thank you all the organizing team to give me a chance to present the paper. So I am Neha. I am from West Bengal. So today I am going to briefly present my paper, which is based on the sub-theme of this seminar, namely the self and non-self debate. So for that matter, I have chosen Nagarjuna's philosophy of self. The seminar is on Upanishads, but it's always an Indian philosophical tradition that in order to it's a good thing that we need to know that we who are Purva Pakshi. So Buddhism in a way is Purva Pakshi of the Upanishadic thinking. And Nagarjuna is one of the profoundest name in Buddhist philosophy, and his timeline is 2nd century. So yes, just give me 1 second. I'll share my screen. Sure, I have a PPT.
Please.
Time.
He's not doing in the correct way.
So can you see my PPT, sir? Hello.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, sir. So, as I said that I'm going to present on self and non-self debate, and the topic title of my paper is Nagarjuna and the Decentralized Self, a cross-cultural dialogue on self and identity. So basically the framework and aim of my paper is like this, that I have divided my paper into 3 sections. So in the first section, I discussed and analyzed Nagarjuna's theory, doctrine of shunyata, emptiness, and how I can apply his theory into to the reconceptualization of self and identity. And these discussions help us to understand this debate of self and non-self in a broader way. And in the second section, I kind of like situate Nagarjuna in the postmodern philosophy in the West. And I kind of, brought Nagarjuna into conversation with postmodern thinkers like Foucault, Butler, and Taylor. So though I have not studied like extensively to like this Western thinkers, but the secondary reading of these thinkers can help us to understand like this kind of comparative lens. So yes, and finally in the third section, I examined that how such decentralization, self-decentralization, can be utilized as a strategy for moral reasoning, or how such self-decentralization can give us an alternative moral framework. So a kind of ethical implication of such self-decentralization. So yes, so start with Nagarjuna. His like doctrine emptiness. It's basically defined in terms of the denial of intrinsic nature, or swabhava. It's or I can say that any kind of independent existence. He is denying any kind of independent existence. So this is something called emptiness. I won't say this is a theory or something, because Nagarjuna's is very attack is on that conceptual practice, which really is used to like our realist way of understanding things. So Nagarjuna attacks that very idea of calling something as theory or something like that. So yes, and this is like the dependent origination. As I said, like to be empty is dependently originated. So and one more thing is highlight like important here is that while saying that emptiness is Nagarjuna is propounding a doctrine of emptiness, doesn't mean that he's saying that emptiness is a separate characteristics, or emptiness is a separate entity. Rather, emptiness is the very mode of being of all things. So with that, I can say that, as I said, that how we can apply his notion, dependent origination and emptiness, to the reconceptualization of self. So to start with, Upanishadic idea of self. What is that? So in very general and commonsensical, and though there are various definitions, various examinations of Upanishadic idea of self, I am not going deeper into it. But the very common understanding is that in Upanishads, it asserts a kind of eternal, unchanging, untouched idea of self, and there are quotes in Upanishads which justifies this idea. So, and we all know that Buddhists actually challenge this essential idea of self, and Buddhist thought not only reject the Upanishadic idea of self, rather it critiques the very grammar of the selfhood, the idea of essential selfhood. Now, uh, it is like in the secondary text of Indian philosophy, it is loosely translated that in Buddhism, self is nothing but the aggregate of panchaskandhas. But if we read Nagarjun little deeper, in Mool Madhyamaka Karika, he is saying that the self is not in the aggregates, nor are the aggregates in the self. The self is not the aggregates, nor is it other than aggregates. So, as I was telling, that it is the realist, way of thinking, and we are so habituated to think in a realistic grammar, that we will say that okay, what is self? That it's a cluster of self is something which is a cluster of panchaskandhas, but it is the deconstruction of that very thinking, that it's not like that is a cluster of panchaskandhas, and that the self is there. Like the self is a conceptual fiction. So so in this way, Nagarjuna is proposing a kind of a decentralized self, which is one that is constituted entirely through its relations and conditions, and which lacks any kind of ontological center. Self is not something universal in its nature, rather it is contingent. And such a decentralization of the self is not a conceptual exercise, but a mode of liberation. It loosens the grip of clinging and opens the possibility for ethical transformation grounded in compassion and humility. So this is like my first section. And the second section, I'll briefly say that I tried a kind of to examine through a comparative lens, that in postmodern thinkers like Foucault, who is saying that okay, the subject or self is historically produced, and it's power of it depends on discourse and power. And like in Butler, we are saying that the self and identity is performative, and it's not something is pre-given, and all is some and again the Taylor, who is saying who is propounding a kind of dialogical self. So all these thinkers in a way is rejecting that very essentialistic idea of self. And we kind of find a parallel between these postmodern thinkers and Nagarjuna, is that they reach the one kind of ultimate notion and the essential idea of self, and propounding a kind of contextual identity, a contextual self, or we can say a contingent self. So then what kind of difference we can find to the postmodern thinkers and Nagarjuna? So as we are still in a Indian philosophical tradition. So the one can say that okay, that if Foucault is saying that subject is dependent on power discourse, so it may lead to a anavastha, or where will we lead to? So Nagarjuna's this emptiness of self can give us a soteriology, like the soteriology of Shunyata doctrine, that it has a kind of soteriological function, that in terms of ethics, that self is relational, self is contingent, self is dependent on relations. So we can think of others, the discourse of others can possible. Um, and itself is not individualistic, rather it's dependent, so that we can think of others, and that it's so humanly and like and fits within this pluralistic world and the globalized discourses of postmodernistic world. So yes, this was like my brief presentations and these and references. Thank you.
My area of interest, can you hear?
Yes, sir.
Huh?
Yes, sir.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can hear you.
Yeah, it's very brief, and I hope time is given. You can make minimum 1 hour presentation of this particular thing. So I'm very happy
Yes,
about
sir.
this. Your statements are very powerful. The linkage, particularly self and non-self debate, and the dialogical theories of identity, two moral reasons. When it comes to alternative moral frameworks, the concept of self, how it is working as a cluster of consciousness, Foucault, and the soteriological function of Nagarjuna's concept. Of course, I'm thinking of, I think you must have seen this, not a very new book, old book, Postmodernism and Indian Thinkers by Carl Olson. Have you seen that? You must
Yes,
have seen it.
yes,
Carl
yes,
Olson.
yes, sir.
Huh?
Yes,
Carl Olson is
yes,
taking this debate into, say, serious depths, where he is comparing Shankara and
yes,
Nagarjuna. And of course, I very seriously think that Shankara, when people called him Prachanna Bauddheya, no doubt, Shankara is completely surrendered to Buddhism and he wanted to create some kind of a permanent hermeneutical entity or a metaphysical entity through hermeneutics. I think that's a wrong move that has come back to essentialism. And as many of the people say, this led into violence, which ultimately led to what you say, caste violence. Okay. I do not know whether you agree with me or not. A lot of debates
yes.
are going on this. Caste violence and the subjugation of certain people. Buddhism was slowly, as an ethical religiosity, slowly evolving with a relational understanding of self. In the West also, if you look at, you can see the whole concept of intersubjectivity. Okay,
Yes.
ecological intersubjectivity, ethical
Yes.
intersubjectivity, linguistic intersubjectivity, and dialogical intersubjectivity. Okay, there also we
Yes.
see world in a shared way, relational. So this is something very interesting parallel which was taking place in India. I am writing a book about this movement, how it
Yes.
created and responded modernities and Renaissance in Kerala. I'm from Kerala.
Yes.
Of course, in the works of Srinarayana Guru and many other people. And of course, what happened to Bengal Renaissance in comparison with this. So I think your research is very, very interesting. Your paper also. And of course, I'll tell you, you're writing it here. Emptiness is talking about the very mode of relational being. It is not an entity, but it's a character. So I would say that from a postmodern point of view, it is a kind of denial of all drishtis, all kind of constructed knowledge. And it would say that, Nagarjuna would say that all knowledge is constructed.
Yes. Yes.
So all limited. So no constructed knowledge can have a metaphysical privileging. That's what he's telling.
Yes.
Okay, it is not talking about a zero entity or emptiness. There's a very interesting book about or on Shunyada from various aspects. So Shunyada from various aspects. I don't remember the name. I have that book with me. I won't say it's a very serious philosophical thing, but you will get different dimensions of Shunyada and bring it with your assessment. Anyway, thank you so much for this presentation. All the best. We don't have
Thank you very much.
time. We don't have time, of course, but
Just
I think it is
one more,
very
like,
enlightening,
yes.
Personally, I like this area. I am also, I've already done a few works and I'm bringing these kind of, as I told you, about, the clusters of culture and enculturation, how they are happening in connection with relational modes of ethics,
Yes.
ethical choices, ethical
Yes.
prerogatives over metaphysical prerogatives. All the best.
Yes,
Thank you.
yes.
Bye.
Just for one, like just one clarification.
Yeah.
Were you like saying that like this thing that Sankara is a Prachanya Bodha, it's like correct. Like my understanding, my reading don't allow me to
Yeah.
say this. So were you saying like do you think that it's a like correct like assertion to saying that Sankara is a Prachanya Bodha?
I couldn't get your question. Someone was talking here. You are saying that
Okay.
Shankara is?
So like my reading don't allow me to say that Sankara is a Prachanya Bodha. Like, do you think that it's a correct assertion? Like, were you telling that?
Yes. Shankara is calling Sankhya is the Prasthanam Allah. Shankara says that Sankhya is the main opponent. Because the main opponent is Buddhism. The whole of Buddhism. The ethical categories of Buddhism. Madhyamaga, okay? Shantideva, Nagarjuna. These are the main opponents. But he appropriated that. That's why I said, still he remains as a Prachanna Bauddhaya. But he won't acknowledge that. He will not acknowledge that. I think it is a pathetic moment of Indian thinking.
But
which actually ended up in what you say, hegemonizing the culture by denying or establishing a permanent self. Okay, you get my point.
I got you, sir,
Yes.
but I have certain disagreement. Maybe if
Yeah,
later
fine. It's
I
okay.
can
It's
like
okay.
join with you.
Disagreements are always accepted, but we will continue this debate. Time is a problem. Okay.
Yes, sir.
I
Thank you,
can
sir.
call you
Thank
for a
you.
seminar myself. I'll be organizing a seminar on this. Okay.
Yes,
Not
sir, yes.
now,
I will
a
email
little
you, sir.
later. You can physically come. If there is money, I'll give you a travel fare and so that you can come here. Okay.
Okay, sir.
We'll discuss.
Thank you, sir.
All the best.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Bye. Who is the next presenter? Dr. Sindhu Podyal. Dr. Sindhu Podyal, please.
Thank you so much. Maybe the sharing.
Dr. Sindhu
which is
Podyal,
there.
the title is Legitimation and Appropriation of the Upanishads in Contemporary Times, a hermeneutical analysis. And Dr.
Yes.
Sindhu Podyal, you're from which university, please?
Am I audible, Professor?
Yeah, perfectly audible.
Okay. I am working in Tripura Central University at present in the Department of Philosophy.
You are my neighbor. We are neighbors. Very good.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Aditi Devo Bhava.
Thank you so much.
So is the case of neighbor also. They are also Devo
Thank
Bhava. Okay. Most
So
welcome,
the
please.
very nearest neighbors of us are also Atithi. So especially my work is on other. So I would focus on that. So I'm sure the abstracts were being circulated. So legitimation and the appropriation. So the biggest question of the contemporary, world, the challenge, especially in the philosophical discourse of the West, has this domination of in one way or the other, we can say it is decolonizing. For us, especially the Indian knowledge system has been, we are constantly trying to appropriate, rather reappropriate Indian system of knowledge on the basis of this decolonial approach. So under that pretext, if I had to again reappropriate Upanishadic principles in the contemporary times, what were the issues that emerge? And at the same time, what could be the possible reply we could give? However, I have not yet come across what could be the possible reply. Maybe in due course of this presentation, we'll figure out. But at the same time, and also maybe for the later approaches, we can do that. But then for the time being, when we talk of the Indian philosophical tradition and its references to the Upanishads more specifically, as the authority in the orthodox Indian system. So obviously the heterodox schools of Indian thought have already rejected the very foundation of the Upanishads, because the idea with which Upanishads are influenced were the very metaphysical ones. So let us then, because Upanishad constantly speaks about it, instead of refraining from speaking about which we cannot speak, Upanishads constantly urges us to speak and also tries to give up justification for that absolute reality or Brahman in one way or the other. So here I'm taking a position of the continental philosophers, because continental philosophers in a way, they're also against the totalitarian approach. What is this totalitarian approach? That something that can be spoken and uttered, that can be rationally explained in terms of language and words. So in that word, I have an objection also in that word, which is being used by the classical philosophies. Shankara, for instance, refers, when especially Upanishads refer to the position that where there is no proof which is in working, then we can always refer to the Shabda Pramana as one of the proofs. So if Shabda Pramana is the proof, then who will give the justification for that Shabda Pramana? And that is precisely the point I'm asking here. And hence, beautifully taking this double standard of, in a way, trying to establish the view that there is a reality which is Brahman, and trying to say that which cannot be explained in this or that way. Upanishads, also Shankara for that matter, adopts this policy of apophasis. But so when we try to have an encounter, when we try to, especially me, when I try to encounter any Advaitin with this argument of apophasis, so every platform I am challenged on the ground that you cannot question the very authority of this. So now I'm asking from a perspective of the continental philosophy.
One second, Dr.
Yes.
Sindhu, that word that you used, it was not clear to me. What was that?
Shabda Pramana. Apophasis via negative theology, sir.
Oh, yes. Via negative,
yes. The native, because yes. So the Shankara, especially the Upanishads, especially in the Brihadaranyaka Upanishads, and I'll try to read out some of the things which I have written. So the negative way of speaking in the Upanishads springs in the answer to the limits of speaking of anything that resists conceptuality and clear expression in language. So that, but then it prefers to speak over and over again under the pretext that Shabda Pramana is the base. So the very Shabda which is not being expressed in a very which is expressed in a totalitarian way, which did not allow the other reference to come in, because that is authoritative. That has become as an a priori principle to establish the very fact that Brahman is. But yet at the same time, it tries to explore it further and further, but without giving a very rational, again, the rationality here is the rationality of the other, the perspectival other here, which was not answered. And like say, for example, in the Taittiriya Upanishad, that one who knows the joy of Brahman, from which speech along with the mind turns back without winning it is never afraid. Similarly, the Upanishadic understanding of the undifferentiated, unmodified consciousness, these are the words used in the Upanishads, that is the foundation of all deformations into that and the other. And the one or the Brahman, that Purusha, or especially the Purusha Shukta also refers in the Rig Veda, does not mean the singularity of the being and nature, but infinite, undifferentiated consciousness. Now, what it is, without giving the very definition of it, it is established as a truth. So that's the very foundation on which this attack is. Now, secondly, if I go by the continental philosophy's approach, it tries to explore it in a very hermeneutical fashion. So when we try to establish, even Advaita, especially with Upanishads, are hermeneutical in nature. They try to interpret, they try to establish the fact, giving on different perspectives. But when it tries to give the perspective, ultimately it boils down to that another, picture in disguise, that is language. So the problem of language is that you are trying to use a language. If it was a complete silence like Buddha, it would have been okay. Then perhaps it's a closed question. But when it started speaking about it without considering the very nature of the speaking and all the Habermasian, this pretext that when you are communicating, there has to be a context from where you are communicating. And if the context is not answered well, then the entire dialogue becomes a pseudo affair. And that's why I am asking in this paper that what are these different approaches where we can still have a dialogue, and yet at the same time we are trying to appropriate not only legitimate. So for the appropriation, one of the prerequisites is to make it legitimate. So the question in the Upanishads especially lies in legitimization, because legitimization does not necessarily mean that whatever pramanas, all those 1, 2, 3 or 6, any number of pramanas you want, that has to be legitimized given on the context. It could be the cultural context, it could be the historical context, or it could be the linguistic context under which Advaita is fighting. So the main issue is only in the linguistic fighting which you are doing, especially the Sanskrit scholars too. If you go and argue with them on the conventional and the very philosophical grounds, they will say that it's the Shabda's answer, the meaning, the specific answer and the context in which it has been used. But when it comes to the larger, because Advaita also claims to be a holistic universal philosophy. So when it comes to this totalitarian framework, where do you stand? That's the question I'm asking in this paper. I'm sorry if I have taken much of the time, and I'm still trying to figure out the answer. Maybe when I will be able to figure out the answer, I will meet you in some other platform and then try to answer it. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much, Dr.
Sindhu.
Dr. Sindhu, thank you so much. It was a very perceptive, wonderful presentation. And we have been listening to, the previous paper. Previous paper presenter was Dr. Neha. She's also approaching the whole question from the point of view of a post-metaphysical understanding of the whole reality or the whole issue or the context that you're talking about. So I think these two papers actually, and of course, the first paper in terms of presenting Samvada is showing how it is limited. How it is limited as real dialogue. Though he is very seriously saying that it can be presented, but you saying very seriously that the limitedness of the Shabda Pramana, particularly from the Western point of view, when it comes to the perspectival other. This perspectival other is a very important context, and perhaps lack of dialogue. Michel Foucault was telling, in dialogue, the main problem is person who is asking the question, he has the privilege to ask. And the person who is listening, he has the privilege to listen, but they never meet. You understand? So that is the problem of many of our metaphysical systems. They can't go for proper dialogue, deliberative discussions, or in Derridian sense, talking, presenting the singularities, the ethical singularities, the existential singularities. So when it comes to these kind of entities or these kind of context, we are always at a loss when it comes to Shabda Pramana and the strictures of Shabda Pramana. So from Nyaya to Shankaradvaita or Vedanta broadly, this limitation is there. So you're opening that into a wonderful discussion. I'm very happy about your paper. I'll keep in touch with you. All the best. Problem is time.
Thank you.
We
Yeah,
can
thank
keep
you so
on
much. This is
discussing.
why, yeah,
Of course, your
instead of
understanding
reading,
of
I
this
thought of just
perceptible
explaining.
other and via negativa. This will take the whole debate into what you call the Western world, where you have a series of modern thinkers, post-Derridian thinkers, particularly from the Christian theological tradition. There are wonderful people. Of course, I'll keep in touch with you. All the best. All the best.
Thank you
Good
so
paper.
much, sir. Thank you.
Carry on.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes. Next presenter. Thank you so much from this side. Next is Dr. Monica Prabhagar.
V. Sujata.
Sorry. Professor V. Sujata Raju. Dr. V. Sujata Raju. Dr. V. Sujata Raju is there?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Namaskar, sir.
please, madam. Yeah.
Yes.
Namaskar.
Shall I begin my paper?
Ekatma Pratyaya Saram. The Mandukya Upanishad's inquiry into the essence of existence. Mandukya, great Upanishad. So you are from which university or from?
Delhi University, sir.
Delhi University.
Yes.
Oh, very good. So I have a lot of friends. Earlier, this Matilal, Shashi Matilal was there.
Yes, she's retired now.
Now,
She's in the law
Dr.
department.
Keshav Kumar is there, I know him.
Yes, sir.
And of course, who are they? There are so many people. Anyway,
Bal
please
Dr.
carry
Bal-
on with your presentation.
Inakshi
Carry on with your
Mitra is
presentation.
there.
You're a faculty or a...
No, I'm teaching in Daulat Ram College, one of the colleges of Delhi University, sir.
Oh, you're one of the colleges.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, which college?
Daulat Ram College, Philosophy Department.
Oh, great. Fine. Please make your presentation. We are all eagerly waiting for your presentation. Okay.
Yeah, I think in
Egatma Pratyaya Saram.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes,
Yes.
very much.
My paper title is Ekatma Pratyaya Sharam, the Mandukya Upanishad's inquiry into the essence of existence. I think the previous participants, Hindu Podial, will find some answers from my paper. I think so. I'm hopeful. The Mandukya Upanishad is one of the smallest Upanishads, consisting of 12 prose passages, or we can say mantras. And this Upanishad describes the self. I'm using the word self, Atman, Brahman, consciousness, pure consciousness, Chit as a synonymous in the paper. The Mandukya Upanishad in Mantra 2 describes the Atman, self or consciousness, as Chatuspata, having 4 quarters, or we can say padas. Sankara gives the meaning of the padas, is very elaborate. I'm not discussing it here. The first 3 quarters are identified with the 3 states of consciousness, which is universally experienced by all human beings: wakeful, Jagarita Sthana, dream, Swapna, and deep sleep, Sushupti. The Upanishad refers to these as Vishwa, Taijasa, and Pragya, respectively. The 4th quarter, which subsumes and transcends the other 3, is termed as Turiya Chaturtha, the real nature of consciousness. Chaturtha is also called the 4th. And in what sense it is 4th, I'll tell you later. When manifesting as the wakeful state and attaching itself to external objects, Atman is referred to as Vishwa Vaishwanara, signifying the existential being who experiences the phenomenal world as gross and tangible and transient in the mode common to all beings. This is the first quarter of the self. Second is, as declared in the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 439, taking a little of this all-embracing world, he sees dreams. This is the 2nd quarter of the self, is called Taijasa, the luminous or dream consciousness. This state is called Antah Pragya, because Vishwa is called Bahispragya, Taijasa is called Antah Pragya. This means aware of internal objects that constitute the dream world. It is called subtle because it is antahsthanat. The third quarter of the self, the state of deep sleep, susupti, in which the Atman as experiencer is termed pragya. And the Upanishad defines that state is called deep sleep, but the sleeper, or we can say experiencer, or we can say perceiver, does not desire any enjoyable thing, nor does he see any dream. Pragya, who remains one and totally without the distinction of the subject-object relationship, seer and seen, undifferentiated, eki bhutaha. Pragya is a dense mass of consciousness, pragyana ghanaha, which remains blissful, anandamaya, experiencing bliss, anandabhog, and which is the doorway, cheto mukha, because from deep sleep, either we come to dream or we come to wakeful state, to the experience of the dream and wakeful states. In deep sleep, no specific knowledge is present and is free from the knowledge of multiplicity, duality, dvaitam. Thus, deep sleep is a unified state of ease and repose, uncontaminated by any friction, contradiction, equivocation of any gross objects or subtle objects, any relationship of subject-object duality. And Gaudapada says, Gaudapada has written a commentary on Mandukya Upanishad, which is called Mandukya Karika or Gaudapada Karika. Bhattacharya says this is also called Agama Sastra. He says that these three states are not three different selves, but one self, differently experienced by each jiva due to different conditioning factors in the waking and dream states, and identically experienced in deep sleep, wherein all conditioning factors are annulled by all the jivas. It is one consciousness alone, and Gaudapada says, Eka eva tridha smritaha. The self is continuously present, metaphysical substratum that is distinct from the three states. It is the non-dual, non-relational, asangahi ayam purushaha, pure witness of the cyclic manifestations, alternations, and displacements of three states. The Mandukya Upanishad in the Mantra 7 refers to the non-dual absolute as Turiya. I already mentioned it. Chaturtha or the fourth. The fourth is not another modality of experience distinct from the other three states like Vishwa, Tejas and Pragya. Rather, it is their invariable substratum. Strictly speaking, Turiya cannot be classified as either a condition, which is state, or a number, fourth, since it is entirely beyond categorization and quantification. The Upanishad uses the method of negation to expound the nature of Turiya, because this is the one positive epithet is there, Eka Atma Pratyasara. But like Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, like other Upanishads, this Upanishad is also taking the negative approach to know, to experience experiential non-dual truth Turiya. The mantra says, now it is in the negative epithet, it uses the word na, na or non. Turiya is not Vishwa, wakeful state, which is conscious of the external world. Na vahis pragyam. Turiya is not Taijasa, which is conscious of the internal world. It is not the liminal state between the two states. It is not the undifferentiated consciousness of deep sleep, nor pragyana ghanam. It negates deep sleep. It is not the omniscient, omnipresent cognizer of all things simultaneously, na pragyam. It is not non-conscious, na pragyam. It negates non-consciousness, insentience, achaitanyam. Turiya is unseen, andrushtam. It is autonomous of all empirical transactions, avivahariam. It is ungraspable by the sense, agrahyam. It is without any defining characteristic, alakshanam. It is beyond intellect, thought, and concepts, achintyam. It cannot be designated by modes of direct communication, such as words of abhyapadeshyam. Turiya is the essence of the knowledge of one's own self. Ekatma pratyasaram. It is that into which the entire world gets resolved. Prapancha upasamam. It is the cessation of the phenomenal universe through the complete negation of the attributes of the three states, sthana dharma. The fourth comprises all that is peaceful, santam, without attachment or aversion is the meaning, auspicious shivam, and non-dual advaitam. It is that which is to be known. The Upanishad declares after giving all negative epithets, the method of knowing Turiya, and it should be known Savigya. And I just, after telling the wakeful dream, deep sleep, and the nature of Turiya, because time is very less, Sankara has given in his commentary, I think in the commentary, vast explanation of each epithet, why it is Achityam, why it is unseen, why it is Ekatma Pratyasaram. But if I start writing all this, it will take lots of time. In a paper, it is already there. The realization, I want to conclude how to approach Turiya and how to approach the realization of a particular who am I question can be answered. The realization of Turiya is not an outcome of the application of logic. Turiya being ever present is not an object that is attained, or we can say reached or achieved by the jiva through ceremonial, devotional, or intellectual effort. The uncovering of Turiya, that is, the absolute falsification of the three states, is the only valid means of attaining the supreme knowledge that is ever present, non-dual, unborn consciousness. Sankara says, and he gives the terms, this method is Pratiseda Vijnana Rupa Pramana. By knowing this, only you will achieve Turiya, or you will realize Turiya. The sole purpose of scripture is to accomplish the falsification of the apparent reality of the three states through apavada, adhyaropa apavada, and we can say the avastatraya pariksha is the methodology. Presenting the truth of non-dual consciousness as metaphysically axiomatic and emancipatory. This is categorically affirmed by Gaudapada. When the highest truth is known, when the highest truth is realized or known, duality ceases to exist. Gyate dvaitam na vidyate. Here I'm just concluding my paper. Thank you very much. Namaskar. I'm very happy to read this paper in this platform. Thank you again.
Thank you so much. I was listening to my Advaita class, and my special paper was Advaita Vedanta. So Mandukya Kariga and Mandukya Mundaka Upanishad, Mandukya Upanishad, and of course Shankaracharya. And that journey is very, very interesting. And of course, within the system, no, Professor, I think that within the system, these are all with its own values and answers.
Yes, sir.
But when it is made into stand-in dialogue with different theoretical positions, of course, you have to come out with this self-sustaining, definitional, what do you call, satisfaction. It cannot make a dialogue with other systems. Of course, you were telling that Nehas, many of the doubts could be solved by your paper. Swapna, Jagrat, Sushupti, and Pratna Khana. That's what he's telling.
Yes, sir.
But the problem is, when we compare the incomparable, yesterday I was telling this in my paper presentation, comparing the incomparable, because nothing is culturally distinct. Everything is intercultural. There are a lot of cultural give and take. So say, for example, you're telling it is self-sufficient, this Mandukya Karika or Mandukya or Mundaka Upanishad, the Mandukya Upanishad, and its concept of Egatma Pratyasaram. But suppose when we come to post-Freudian thinkers like Lacan, and lot of other thinkers, those who are following post-Freudian thinkers like Zizek and all, we may have to actually discuss a bit more about what you have said. So there is the possibilities of your paper. Your paper in itself is very interesting as expository, but as dialogical, it has to achieve a little more. That's what I think. It's my personal view. You may be having your own answers. Thank you so much for your wonderful
I would
presentation.
like to tell you one small thing, one thing.
Yeah.
Because this is a small paper because the time is very less.
Yeah.
Every mantra, again, because Mandukya Upanishad has 12 mantras, Gaudapada has written Karikas, Sankara has commented both in Upanishad and Gaudapada Karika, sir. It's a vast thing, and I have published a paper in Journal of Hindu Studies, the entire dialogue, entire debate from all the Upanishads, you will find it there, sir. In the small 10 minutes.
Thank you so much. Thank you. All the best. All the best. We will meet again. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your wonderful time and presence. All the best.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we will move on to Dr. Monica Prabhagar. Death and deathlessness in the Upanishads. My God, I wrote a paper as a research scholar.
Okay, that's great.
Death and the arc of life. That was the paper that I presented. That paper is not yet published because I left it like that. Because after making this presentation, my father died.
Oh God.
So I am terribly worried about this paper. Whenever I think of this paper, I took it up 2-3 times to modify because I'm comparing it with the arc, and this Naranarayana concept. Whenever there is death, of course, there is a principle of life. Like that, I am arguing. And I'm coming to postmodern concept of life. All that. So very happy to listen to you. And Dr. Monica Prabhagar, it's a wonderful paper. And you're from which university?
Delhi University itself.
Again, Delhi University.
Yeah, same college,
All the
Daulatram
best.
College, University of Delhi.
All the best. Please.
Okay.
Death and deathlessness.
Yeah, death and deathlessness in the Upanishad.
Wonderful title. Very good. Please carry on.
So I'll begin with what the Bhagavad Gita says. It says, of the born, death is certain, equally certain is the birth of the dead. This puzzle of death, which has haunted human thought across civilizations and centuries, is not just about the biological end of life. It is an intense metaphysical, epistemological, and ethical problem which demands a deep philosophical inquiry. What is death? What does why does one have to die? The mystery, fear, and the certainty of death make life appear meaningless and purposeless. The idea of ceasing to be is definitely disconcerting for many. Death strips us of agency. This is one ultimate event related to us that we cannot control or foresee. No one knows what happens after death, and this ignorance stirs up anxiety within us. We seem helpless before death. Is there a respite from the fear of death? The Hindu scriptures claim that there are many different kinds of celestial realms described in the Vedas. Depending on the karmas performed in one's lifetime, one is assigned a suitable realm after one's death. So, whether one lives a virtuous and righteous life, or one lives a wicked and unrighteous life, one will have to be born either to enjoy the fruits of one's good thoughts and good deeds or to make amends for one's wicked deeds in one of the celestial realms, including Prithvi Loka. Some departed beings whose actions were relatively good would go to Pitri Loka or the sphere of the ancestors. There they would meet their departed relatives, enjoy the fruits of the accumulated merits of the good actions in the previous lives. Their stay in the Pitri Loka would last till the exhaustion of those merits. Swargaloka, the realm of gods, is accorded to those who live an extremely virtuous life. Here, they would enjoy celestial pleasures. Swargalok is more pleasant in comparison to other realms. While higher celestial realms are rewards for good karmas, there is no escape from suffering. The difference in the suffering in Prithvi Loka and in Swargaloka, for example, is only with regard to degree and duration. But one cannot live in any of these realms forever. The Upanishads emphasize that even the highest celestial realms are temporary. The Upanishads unravel this point by the following logic. If the celestial pleasure were eternal, their causes must be eternal too. But the cause of these celestial pleasures are the good thoughts and the good deeds performed by the individuals, and these by no means can be eternal. One's thoughts and deeds are limited not just by the individual capacity of a thinker or a worker, but also by space and time. The Upanishads, or the rationalistic portion of the Vedas, therefore rejected not just the celestial pleasures, but the eternality of the celestial realms. But this leads to giving up of the traditional Vedic idea of shifting one's base to Pitri or Swargaloka and enjoying celestial rewards after one's death. In fact, this takes away the only positive or optimistic aspect that one could attach with the event of death. No celestial realm after one's death would imply nihilism. No celestial rewards after one's death would entail the collapse of cosmic justice. If good deeds don't count, then what motivates dutiful action? The world will remain silent on virtuous and vicious acts. We land ourselves into the paradox of finite existence. If we are destined to die, then why begin at all? The Upanishads present the most profound insights on the paradox of finite existence. In fact, the Upanishads not only challenge the paradox but dissolve it completely by readjusting the basis on which the whole argument is built. Alongside every insight on finite existence or death, there emerges in the Upanishads a countercurrent, the concept of deathlessness. It is the transcendence of death through the knowledge of the self or Atman and its identity with the Absolute or Brahman. Now, if the self is the same as the Absolute, then how can it die? This complementarity of death and deathlessness gives sense to those challenging verses of Isha Upanishad in which the pairing of opposite words like knowledge and non-knowledge, becoming and annihilating is suggested as the pathway to liberation. The Upanishads approach the theme of death with the goal of reaching a positive understanding of it. It is asked, who dies? And the answer to this question shifts the entire focus on eternal consciousness rather on the finite body. Hence, the focus of the Upanishads is not on death, but on the concept of deathlessness. If we compare our finite lives with eternity, then our mortal existence appears only as a flash of lightning. But the Upanishads claim that our true self is not to be identified with this transitory physical body. When the self leaves the body surely dies. The self, however, never dies. That which is the subtlest of all is the self of all this. It is the truth. It is the self that thou art. The true self is eternal. We only have to realize this. The Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, the Chandogya Upanishad, and the Katha Upanishad give an exhaustive description of the last few stages of death. When around a sick old person, relatives and friends ask, do you recognize me? So long as his speech does not merge with his mind with his prana with heat in his body, and the heat with the Supreme Self, he will be able to recognize them. This process, which appears to be a progressive breakdown of all his faculties, is described as a reverse causal process of the effects reuniting with those causes. The heat is back to fire, breath to air, moisture to water. The mass is reduced to ashes. But again, who dies? What ceases to exist? The matter or Panchatattva only gets transformed. The physical body attains Panchattva Prapti. The conscious principle or Atman is deathless. So it is embodied self comprising of the body and the mind which suffers death. The Upanishad concept of deathlessness or amritattva is not about the eternal biological existence where one is born, meets one's death, and is reborn. It is about liberation or moksha from the cycle of birth and death or samsara. And that can be achieved by knowing our true self. But how does one know one's true self? This question has been raised and solved by all the Upanishads. There are misconceptions, misapprehensions, delusions with regard to our condition after death. The departed beings are neither gone forever nor do they become immortal right after their death. They also do not attain extraordinary powers of being present everywhere or knowing everything. They are as ignorant as we are about their condition. The dialogue between Nachiketa and Yama, the god of death, in the Katha Upanishad is not only a philosophical plunge into the mystery of death, but also an assurance of deathlessness. The fearless quest of Nachiketa to know the mystery of death and his unwavering resolve to know the truth from the god of death can be likened to the existential confrontation with finitude. But only to some extent, as Nachiketa is fully aware of the transitory nature of worldly things, which is why he rejected all the temptations offered by Yama. He confronted Yama, but not in defiance. His existential questioning was disconnected from the fear of death. His concern was not living to the fullest, but transcendence through self-realization. The Upanishad, through Yama, reveals death as a doorway. There is permanence beyond the physical. Death does not mean finality. It means change of our physical conditions and not annihilation of ourselves. It is transformation of our life into its elemental conditions. The self or Atman is not subject to death. It remains unaffected by birth and death. It is beyond time. The true self is unborn, eternal, everlasting consciousness permeating all beings. It is beyond the body, mind, and senses. It is the same as Brahman. Death is an illusion, a mistaken identity with what is ephemeral and subject to decay. We are born as part of an evolving karmic process. The goal is not to evade death, but to transcend the cycle altogether. And the Mundaka Upanishad says that those who realize the imperishable Brahman are not reborn. Death is irrelevant to the knower of the self who merges with the absolute. The Mandukya Upanishad, while describing the states of consciousness, compares death to the state of deep sleep. But the fourth state, Turiya, that transcends all the other states is the state of pure awareness beyond death. It is the state of deathlessness. The second part of the answer is beautifully explained in the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad through some interesting analogies. So the question is, where does the departed self go after offering its body? The Upanishad compares it to the movement of a leech from one blade of grass to another. Just as leech dwelling in grass goes to the end of the grass, catches another support and withdraws itself, so does self set aside the present body, make it senseless, take up a new body and withdraw itself there. Just as a goldsmith taking apart a little quantity of gold molds another, a newer and better form, even so does this self, setting this body aside, making it senseless, create another, a newer and better form, fit for the mains or the celestial minstrels or the gods or Virat or Hiranyagarbha or other beings. The migrating self is always embodied. Sorry?
Dr. Monica, it is time.
Is
wind
it?
up. Wind up in 30, 40 seconds.
Okay, so I'll just conclude. It is indeed tough for the minds trained in physicalistic sciences to come to terms with this posthumous journey of the departed beings, one in which there is a descent back to a mortal body, and the other, which is final release from mortality. Of course, we do not have any factual basis to arrive at this conclusion. All that we can rely on are the Apaurushaya Vedic corpus. Death is a reality, but what happens afterwards? Even the existentialists have a take on death, but they are only good at diagnosing the crisis. The Upanishads, on the other hand, offer a remedy that does not only reduce the crisis, but destroys it completely. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Monica. It's a very interesting paper. And so I think a key position that you've reached, your paper is full of ideas. That is, the self should not be identified with the transitory, what we call the bodily functions, biology, what we say in plain language. And eternity cannot be compared or reduced to this kind of an understanding.
Right.
So I have a similar idea. Perhaps this is a kind of very important point that you've reached in your paper. This is the point of highlight to look at the whole of Upanishads according to you, whether it is Brihadaranyaka or Mandukya or Ishavasya, all. I have an idea a very interesting observation by Raimundo Panikkar. Have you heard this name, Raimundo Panikkar? Raimundo
think so,
Panikkar is
yes.
half Malayali and half Spaniard.
Mhm.
And he was a professor of Indian thought and Sanskrit in Santa Barbara University. And
Okay.
he has written wonderful books, Myth, Faith and Hermeneutics, all that. He was an excellent scholar. So he is talking about tempeternity. Eternity is a beautiful aesthetic and what you call maybe an ethical and a mystical blend of temporality and eternity. So he says it is not something which is happening in the future, it is happening now. That's what Upanishads are also telling. The realization, no? When you lose yourself, when you blend with the eternal self, that is eternity. So maybe according to Shankara and other people, it is the position of Sthita Pratna also. Sthita Pratna, why should he leave? That is the most important question, the ethical question. And Sthita Pratna should live, as you know very well, is for the Loka Sankrahartha, for the other people. Because his physical needs are over. So once your physical needs are over, then you are eternal. But I will tell you an interesting point. All these are, as I was telling your professor from Delhi University, from within the system, we have to make dialogue with the neuroscience,
That's right.
with the biology of evolution. And the neuroscience is telling with the last part of the Pleistocene period or the Upper Paleolithic period, human beings started thinking about self, soul, consciousness, because they started thinking about the absence of many things. Yesterday I was telling it in the inaugural thing. REM sleep, biologically REM sleep, no? Rapid eye movement, that has become longer. So people started imagining what is happening to the dead people, why they're not coming back, but still they have an idea. So it's a very important existential cognitive development, evolutionary development of the brain. So brain created all this. That's what they are telling. So we have to compare this. This is very important. These are all a kind of heuristic principle for us to live. That's what I argued yesterday, for our coexistence. Of course, there are similar concepts in different systems, not only in neuroscience, but in other religions, other religiosities, other cultures. Unless and until we compare them, bring them together in an intercultural fashion. That's why I call interculturality is the most important principle.
That's right.
We cannot actually make this is more meaningful. That's what I said about Raimundo Panikkar. Panikkar is coming from a Spanish system, but is deeply into Indian philosophy. He was in Banaras University only. He has 3 PhDs. One is in Indian philosophy, second one is Sanskrit, third one is science, chemistry. He can speak 8 to 10 languages. I've heard him speaking. His father is a Hindu Panikkar from Kerala. Mother is a Catholic Spaniard. So the blend, he says it is a cross-cultural fecundation. So this kind of a cross-cultural, intercultural fecundation should happen in concepts also. Okay. So whatever the Upanishad is telling, we have to take to the world. Vivekananda was trying to do that. Aurobindo was trying to do that. Mahatma Gandhi was trying to do that. And we have to extend that journey further. All the best. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Wonderful presentation. Hope we will meet again. All the best. Bye. Who is the next presenter? Vishuddhi Jain. Huh?
Vidhu Jain.
Vidhu. Yeah, Vidhu Jain. Vidhu Jain, you are from
University of
Agency,
Delhi, sir.
Freedom,
Same college,
and the
Dalit
role of
Ram.
action in Advaita Vedanta, a philosophical inquiry into the paradox of non-dualism. Very interesting. You are from which university?
University of Delhi, sir.
Again, University of Delhi.
Yes,
My
sir.
God.
Same
The
college.
University of
3 of
Delhi is
us from
attacking
same
Assam
college.
University. University of Delhi is attacking, a group attack on Assam University. Very good. Very good. Okay, please make your presentation.
Yes. So in this paper, I am exploring the questions of agency and freedom from the point of view of Advaita Vedanta philosophy. Inquiring into the nature of agenthood takes on a distinctive depth in Advait Vedanta and becomes all the more intriguing because Shankar and his commentaries on principal Upanishads assert that liberation is not the result of action but of knowledge alone. Such a view challenges conventional notions of agency and its role in spiritual progress. If action in Advait is ineffectual from the ultimate point of view, then the question arises, does action or karma have any role to play as far as reaching the knowledge of the ultimate is concerned? If yes, then who is the agent? Is it Atman, Brahman, the cognitive faculty, or the individual self, Jiva? Also, if at all agency can be accepted at the empirical level, then can we say that the agent has some sense of freedom for action in the context of Advait thought? The problem is extremely relevant to a monastic philosopher like Shankar, for in Advait, the whole of Vyavaharic experience is due to avidya. All activities, including all willings, are due to it. The sense of agency itself is a product of adhyas. Such being the case, the injunctions like you ought to do good, you should not do evil, etc., may appear quite meaningless, but these bear directly to the coherence of moral and soteriological goals. So with this, I have divided my paper in 3 sections based on the problem of freedom to act in Advait thought arising in 3 contexts. The first is the doctrine of karma, which is common to almost all systems of Indian philosophies. The doctrine says that the present experience and actions of man are determined by his past actions. Thus, the man who is subject to the law of karma cannot have an absolutely free will. Secondly, the Advaitic thought of avidya has the root cause of all willing and acting practically denies all freedom of the will. The sense of agency itself is due to ignorance. All actions are done under the influence of avidya. Thus, it may be said that due to the determination of avidya, there cannot be any place of free will in Advait. Thirdly, Advaita holds that metaphysically man is ever free, mukta. A mukta cannot act, for he has completely erased his sense of agency and has realized his identity with Brahman. So metaphysically, man has no capacity for willing and acting, for he is essentially and eternally the actionless Brahman. So beginning with section 1, where I talk about the doctrine of karma, like most of the other schools of Indian philosophical thought, Advait also talks about the final aim of human life, which is the realization of Brahman. It is a final deliverance and awakening to the truth that I am that. What leads to bondage, that is being in the cycle of birth and death, is ignorance, which in turn leads to the misidentification of the individual self from what it really is. Shankar explains the cause of bondage to be avidya, which is the root cause of this misidentification. This, through the knowledge of Brahman, can be dispelled, resulting in the awareness of the self or Brahman. Shankar maintains that there is no distinction between the seeker and the sought. Individual self and self are non-dual. But this distinction remains when the individual self is engulfed in ignorance. For him, the realization of the knowledge that Brahman of the Upanishads is the only reality, everything else, this world of manifoldness, is unreal, is a mere appearance. The individual soul is identical with Brahman, the one without the second, frees a person of his acquired individuality to finally immerse into the ultimate reality. If the ultimate aim of any individual is to attain non-duality, and that is the absolute truth, then the question arises about why the individual is caught in the sphere of apparent duality, which he has to transcend. Shankar explains it by way of the connection of the individual self with the Antahakaran, which he says is eternal, and he accepts Maya at the general level and avidya at the individual level to be eternally present, deluding the individual self. But this reality of Maya is denied from the absolute point of view, as according to Advait, Brahman is the only reality. Shankar explains that any individual under the sway of Maya, avidya, is bound to act. His actions are very much an outcome of misidentification. He is not able to differentiate between what truly is and what is merely apparent. When his actions are limited by the reality of Vyavaharik Satta, there is the sense of his being an agent. This sort of agency makes him liable to act, accrue the results of the actions done, which he has to bear in a future course of life or lives. Thus, action remains an integral part of the life of the individual self until one gets released from the supposed duality of the empirical plane. The actions can be bodily, mental, vocal, or those that are enjoined by the Vedas and prohibited by the Vedas. The performance of these duties in the form of Nimittik Karma, Kamya Karma, and Prayashchit Karma are important, according to Shankar, not for the fruition of knowledge, but for the emergence of knowledge itself. The performance of each action has the potentiality of producing karmic residues, which in future condition birth in particular species, span of life, and the kinds of experiences of pleasure and pain the jiva will experience in the next life or lives after death. Shankar acceptance of the law of karma can be said to be not absolutely deterministic, and it is clear from the relevant passages of his Brahma Sutra Bhashya. In one of the contexts, Purva Pakshan says that since some are created poor and others rich, cruelty and partiality should be attributed to God. This objection is answered by saying that God is not an independent creator and that he creates according to the good and evil actions of the jivas. Here Shankar quotes the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, which says, "A man becomes good by good works and bad by bad works." Just as rain is the cause of the seed in sprouting, each according to its character, so also is God, depending on their merits and demerits, the cause of the creation of the jivas. The law of karma simply says that our present life and activities are the effect of deeds. Thus, this implies that the jivas have the power to shape their destinies by their own deeds. Shankar's understanding of karma does not see it as an inexorable law which eliminates the empirical freedom of will and moral responsibility. For him, till the time the knowledge of Brahman is not realized, actions are performed and they are predecessors to the realization of Brahman. But the truth is that the agent in the midst of worldly life acts and has to pursue knowledge of the ultimate to realize who they actually are. Coming on to the second section on agency, according to Shankar, individuation or agency is the outcome of adhyas, whereas there is no real independent existence of the individual self from the transcendental point of view. The whole explanation as well as acceptance of actions and its results by him on the one hand and rejecting the reality of their existence from the transcendental point of view raises questions for accepting doer along with the possibility for release. Also, is there any freedom available to the doer for overcoming the effects of actions done previously? In the very beginning of his Brahma Sutra Bhashya, Shankar clarifies that there is a distinction between the subject and object. And when the knowledge of this distinction is not there, then there is superimposition of one on the other. That is, the antakaran and others are superimposed on the self. Similarly, one superimposes on the internal organ, etc., the self which is opposed to non-self and which is the witness of everything. The superimposition does not have a beginning and is eternally present. Due to this, there is an appearance of the manifested universe and its apprehension. There is agentship, kartritva, and enjoyership, bhoktritva. In order to disillusion and clarify to a person about this superimposition and giving the knowledge of the unity of the individual self with the ultimate reality, that is Brahman, there begins a discussion about the nature of the self. Shankar in the Brahma Sutras from chapter 2, section 3, from the verse 33 to 40, describes the characteristics of the jiva, wherein all the sutras affirm that the soul is the agent in action. He says the individual soul is an agent because thus scripture has a purport. For only on that assumption, scriptural injunctions such as he is to sacrifice, he is to make an oblation into the fire, he is to give, etc., acquire purport. Otherwise, they would be meaningless. For they all teach special acts to be done by agents, which would not be possible if the soul did not possess the quality of being an agent. Shankar's insight into the actual free will problem is revealed in these statements. The injunctions or odds which the ethics prescribe cannot be practiced if free will or agency is denied. Several scriptural passages which speak of the actions of the jiva also become meaningless. The quality of being an agent has to be attributed to the soul for that reason also. Wherein a chapter treating of the soul, the text declares that it wanders about in the state of sleep. The immortal goes wherever he likes. And again, he moves according to his pleasure within his own body. Again, Shankar says that agency should be attributed to the jiva since the scriptures speak of its agency in the sacred and secular action. Understanding, performing the sacrifice, it performs all actions. Here one may raise the question, are not actions of a man determined by other external factors? That is, even when we admit agency, every action is found to be determined by other factors like time and space. Here Shankar does not advocate rigid determinism. He does not admit that man's actions are completely governed by external factors, though they depend on them to a certain extent. Thus, he states, moreover, in actions also, the soul is not absolutely free as it depends on differences of place, time, and efficient causes. But an agent does not cease to be so because he requires assistance. Just like a cook remains the agent in the action of cooking, although he requires fuel, water, and so on. The presence of a plurality of cooperating factors is therefore not opposed to the activity of the soul, unrestrictedly extending to actions productive of pleasant as well as unpleasant results. The scriptures speak of the agency of the jiva only in the stage of avidya and they deny it in the stage of knowledge. Shankar thus concludes that the validity of the entire injunctions of the Vedas depend on the agency imposed by avidya. He may be said to accept some sort of determinism in the production of an action, but it is not that strong whereby an individual man is turned into a puppet. So moving on to the last section where I discuss about the freedom of the agent. Being a monist, Shankar denies any freedom to action from the ultimate point of view, but still it has been accepted at empirical level. In doing the latter, Shankar ensures that he is in tune with the Upanishadic passages. It may be said that there are passages in the Upanishad which advocate both determinism and free will. The Kaushitaki Upanishad, which is one of the oldest Upanishad, mentions man as a puppet in the hands of God who makes him do good as well as evil action. This one truly indeed causes him whom he wishes to lead up from those worlds to perform good action. This one also indeed causes him whom he wishes to lead downward to perform bad action. In Chandogya Upanishad, it is said that there is no real freedom for man before he acquires Atmagyan. Those who go hence without here having found the soul, and those real desires for them, in all the three worlds there is no freedom. But those who go hence having found here the soul and those real desires for them, in all worlds there is freedom. Various passages in the Upanishads reflect an acceptance of man's free will. In Katha Upanishad, it is being said, the better, Shreyas, is one thing, and the pleasanter, Prayas, is another. Both of these different aims bind a man. Of these two, well is it for him who takes the better. He fails of his aim who chooses the pleasanter. Again, both the Shreyas and Prayas comes to a man. Going round the two, the wise man discriminates. The wise man chooses the latter. Chooses the better rather than the pleasanter. The stupid man, forgetting and keeping, chooses the pleasanter. Further answering the question from where does this body come, the Prashna Upanishad says that the prana comes to the body by the acts of the mind. Similarly, a statement from Brihadaranyaka Upanishad goes like, as his desires is, so his will, so as his will, so is the action that he performs, as his action, so is the fruit that he produces for himself. Thus, we see in the Upanishads both the denial and affirmation of freedom and action. These, instead of being seen as opposed and contradictory to each other, have been accommodated together by Shankar. He says God is the dispenser of the fruits of one's actions, but he doesn't do it independently of his own will. While dispensing the fruits of action, he takes into account the merit and demerit of each individual agent. So ultimately, it is individual's own actions which is a necessary condition for determining his future. But again, all this is relevant till the time one doesn't attain release. Because ultimately, from the metaphysical point of view, all this is illusory for Shankar. Now concluding, Advaita Vedanta, with its uncompromising assertion of non-dualism, presents a profound philosophical challenge to our intuitive understanding of agency, freedom, and the role of action. However, far from negating these crucial aspects of human experience, it offers a nuanced and sophisticated reconciliation through its doctrine of two levels of reality, the Paramarthic and the Vyavaharik Satta. At the empirical level, individual agency, free will, and moral responsibility are affirmed as real and essential for navigating the world and progressing on the spiritual path. Action in the form of Shravana, Manana, and Nididhyasan serve as powerful tools for purifying the mind and dismantling the egoistic sense of doership. Yet this empirical reality is ultimately understood as a manifestation of Maya, an appearance within the ultimate non-dual Brahman. The paradox of non-dualism and agency is not a flaw in Advaita. It rather compels the aspirant to transcend conventional understandings, guiding them towards the ultimate realization that true freedom is not the freedom to choose, but the liberation from the very need for choice stemming from the direct apprehension of one's identity with the actionless, ever-free, non-dual Brahman. In this realization, the individual agent dissolves into the absolute and the performance of action continues, but without binding, revealing the ultimate harmony between the apparent world and the ultimate reality. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Vithu Jain. I do not know. Looking at you all the time, I'm telling Vishuddhi. Vishuddhi means purity, Perhaps purity is there in you. That is coming to me. That's why I'm always calling instead of Vithu, Vishuddhi, Vishuddhi. Vishuddhi is not a bad thing. And Shankaracharya said, no? Satsangate, Niswangata, Niswangate, Nirmohatva, Nirmohatve, Nischalidatva. Nischalidatva, Jivan Mukti. So purity is coming from a kind of satsanga. When you meet Sat, same kind of people with same kind of wavelength and thought and all that. So I think your paper is packed with a lot of information. And the problem is very, very interesting, agency question. And you say that, of course, you concluded in favor of Shankara. But I think we can debate later. I think this Maya, agency, and non-dualism, Paramarthiga, Pradibhasiga, and Vyavaharika Satta. And the kind of reality by which this is being arranged, addressed, encountered will be a permanent, undisclosable, uncommunicable reality. For example, a person like Habermas, from a Western point of view, he would ask, how would you communicate this to other people? Your Paramarthika Satta. So, see, the problem is people may say, I have not a friend, he's a teacher, senior man from Madras University. He says, through silence. Yes, wonderful. I appreciate that. All these great wisdom is passed through silence. It's metaphoric. But when it comes to reality, this tension will remain. I think that remaining of this tension is a wonderful energy for us to think again and again. And to try to understand great people who suffered a lot. Buddha suffered. Shankaracharya, you know the history of Shankara. I'm coming from Kerala. There are so many Shankaracharyas. They say 12,000 Shankaracharyas are there. And if you come to Trichur, my hometown, there is a Vadakunnatha temple. Trishiva Perur, I'm coming from Trichur. There are 3 Shiva temples. And if you go to this Vadakunnatha temple, there is Adi Shankara Moolasthana. That is 1,800 years old. So say that Adi Shankara is not the Shankara whom we are referring to. The Shishya of Gaudapada is different. And that Shankara is from Kaladi, from my house, maybe 30-40 kilometers away, this house. I have been to an ashram last year there. It's a Christian ashram, but it is on the banks of this Purna river where Shankara was living. And Shankara was excommunicated, because he crossed the river. Those days, he is not supposed to do as a Brahmin, Malayali Brahmin, Nambudiri. Even when his mother died, they didn't inform him properly. He was not allowed to do his rites. So a person who suffered a lot for his own cause. So that is the energy of thinking. That is the energy of agency. Okay. More than jumping into conclusions, the pain of thinking, the pain of understanding great minds. So I think you are leading us to that. And I hope and pray that you will also self-lead you to that. Thank you so much. Thank you. All the best. Bye. Who's next? Next is Adrija Sarkar. Adrija Sarkar is, yes. Adrija is the old Sarkar who was here or a new Sarkar?
I'm the
Please
same
come
old,
on. You are the same Adrija. Okay, very good. So where are you now? Delhi?
Delhi, sir. Yes, sir. The weather is pleasant here today. It's rain, so
Little sound is creating trouble.
the
Okay,
weather is a bit of
welcome
it.
Adrija to your own department back. The
Thank
role
you,
of
sir.
conceptualization in practical reasoning and Nagarjunian approach. We had 2-3 very interesting paper on, at least one on Nagarjuna. So we are
Yeah.
another paper, please. You are now you are doing research, or have you completed, or your
Sir,
faculty?
I'm in the final year of my PhD. I'm
Final
going to
phase.
submit next year.
Very good, very good.
Yes.
Yes. All the best, please.
Thank you so much, sir. Good afternoon, chair and panel and the organizing committee. The name of my paper is The Role of Conceptualization in Practical Reasoning, a Nagarjunian Approach. And I'm going to be brief because there is a time constraint and we have to respect the time. So I should begin with the idea of conceptualization and the problem of definitional structure of concepts first. Our thoughts and understanding revolve around concepts and are also shaped by them. For instance, the concepts of being, existence, reality, mind, consciousness, identity, time, space, death, rebirth, and many others collectively form the edifice of our practical decision making. Our belief system is not constituted out of segregated concepts, but a holistic network of our beliefs about innumerable concepts intertwined. Conceptualizations shape who we are and how we choose to see the world. Further, how we navigate the world also shapes our conceptualization. Here, it wouldn't be wrong to claim, first of all, that philosophy as a discipline indulges in the study of concepts. Whether concepts are psychological entities or some specific ability of human reasoning or something abstract is in itself a debatable arena in the domain of philosophy. But what we can all agree upon is the fact that we do have concepts in language and we do need them, be it in our everyday functioning or leisurely speculation. Also, what remains uncontested is the fact that there is no one single definitional structure of concepts. Multiplicity of definitions is a good proof of their varying underlying context. Since there is no one isomorphic definitional structure in the universe, why shouldn't we be skeptical of the ambitiousness of definitional structures of concepts and conceptualization? The ontological debate I argue here that lurks in the backdrop is that of empiricism and nativism regarding concepts. Whether concepts are empirically known or innate finds much audience in the meta discussions about how we formulate our conceptualization. For some, concept learning is given, fixed, innate, as say the Mimamsa Vedanta, Chomsky, Universal Grammar, or Fodor, for reference. For some others, conceptualization is built on empirical evidence, Hume, Prince, and for others, concepts are socially acquired, Nagarjuna Chandrakirti, and critical theory, of course, if we go there. According to the last view, conceptualization based on a priori arguments appealing to intuitions is a murky area to start with because there will always prevail the possibility of A, intuitions being wrong, and B, disagreement. For instance, if there are two distinct normative evaluations of one concept, one cannot claim one's view's superiority over the other because that kind of claim ends up making no sense. What we are dealing with here are two separate ways of looking at one concept resulting from different contextual conditions. The problem with a priori intuitive readings of concepts is primarily that most of the time there is partisanship. I shall be drawing a bit from C.S. Peirce's famous essay, The Fixation of Belief, to back my stance here. He claims that the structure of reasoning entails a kind of epistemic circularity. Once the mind accepts the premises, the impulse is then to accept the conclusion regardless of its truth or falsity. This is what he calls the habit of the mind.
Dvija, please, I'm sorry
Yes,
to
sir.
intervene. There's some kind of an echo coming. I'm not able to clearly listen to you. Some echo. If you're in a closed room or something, or is there any
Okay,
other
sir.
system near you opened, please do that
Uh,
because some of the words I'm not able to hear properly.
It's a
Is it
Perhaps
better
he's
now, sir?
using. Yeah, it is fine. This is fine.
It was because of the earphones.
microphone. Yeah, headphone microphone. That's what.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I'll just mention a bit about C.S. Peirce's famous essay, The Fixation of Belief, to back my stance here. He claims that the structure of reasoning entails a kind of epistemic circularity. Once the mind accepts the premises, the impulse is then to accept the conclusion regardless of its truth or falsity. This is what he calls the habit of the mind. Drawing generalizations in the form of inferences is a product of the habit of the mind. Validity of any generalization depends not on the truth or falsity of the conclusion, rather on the habit of the mind which deems such generalization to be capable of producing true conclusion. The circularity Peirce cites can be summed up as this. Particular habit of the mind influences our generalizations. The latter, expressed in statement form, again depends on the validity of the respective generalizations, which again fall back to the structure of the habit of the mind. There is no escape from this, no matter how efficient our claims of certainty sound to be. Now, one can respond to this by stating that observations do help test and justify our generalizations. But my question here is, what if the epistemic settings favorable
for making observations are also changed. Will those generalizations still hold true? Aren't epistemic settings shaped to allow observations to be made? Peirce aims in his essay to show that despite human efforts to arrive at certainty, the best possible destination of any inquiry for that matter is settled beliefs or the settlement of opinion. In his essay, he states 4 methods people use to fix their beliefs through inquiry. The first is the method of tenacity, the second, the method of authority, the third, the method of a priori, and the fourth, the scientific method. In a method of tenacity, the subject takes any answer to a query which they fancy and constantly reiterate to themselves, dwelling on all which may conduce to that belief. The problem with this approach is that it is extremely individualistic and narrow, and B, it fails to take into consideration multiplicity of opinions. In the authoritative method, as the name suggests, the dominant institution, whether as a school of thought or a belief system as authority, lays down which belief should be justified. The curriculum is already set. There is imposition of regulatory opinions on the curriculum of concepts, which removes any possibility of alternatives. Epistemic injustice is an invariable outcome of the method. The a priori method again appeals to agreement or consensus on the basis of innate reasoning capacity or universalizability due to external factors. The problem with the method is regarding the understanding of the idea of objectivity. The approach overlooks the human element of reasoning and experience in the context of belief formation and assessment. And the last method, which is the method of science, obviously has been debated immensely because it takes a very positivist approach towards understanding reality and conceptualizing about reality. Now, what I wanted to say here is this: no conceptualization can be final or absolute. My argument is basically this: all the methods mentioned above make use of intuition as a means to achieve their goal of epistemic certainty. How do we know that something is certain boils down to being intuitively given or acquired, which forms the atomic unit of all certainty claiming inquiries. By intuitions, I simply mean ordinary beliefs or dispositions which make us feel that something is true or not, valid or invalid. My claim here is this: if every explanation boils down to intuition, how can knowledge or conceptualization be absolute? The fact that all these approaches are inherently or atomically intuitive is a good enough reason to intuit, pun intended, that no knowledge is final or absolute. Knowledge or conceptualization will always be fallible. That's the only nature of knowledge. This is where I would like to bring in Nagarjuna's critique of the structure of our conceptualizations to back my claim. To begin with, and as Neha has already mentioned a lot about Nagarjuna's concepts, Nagarjuna was a Madhyamika philosopher, quite famous for his take on Shunyavad or emptiness, or to put it otherwise, a skeptical take on the Pramana structure. By Shunyata, he meant that existence is devoid of essences or swabhava, and hence there is no substantial or ontic status of anything that exists. Existence is relational, lacking swabhava, and hence nothing is absolute or permanent. This indicates that reality is A, not fixed, it undergoes change, and B, reality is nebulous, where things co-arise dependently. This he explains with the two-truth method or satyadvaya. The two types of truth are often talked about, that is, provisional or vyavaharika satya, and ultimate or paramarthika satya within the Indian philosophical context. Provisional truth comprises mundane worldly truths, and ultimate truth refers to transcendental absolute truths. This means concepts as truth contents are illusory when provisional and non-illusory or self-justificatory or permanent when ultimate. Nagarjuna states that since everything that exists lacks svabhava or essence and arises in a chain of relations, hence all sorts of truth that we can have is relational and not absolute. All that we have as truth are provisional or conventional. This is a non-dualistic approach to truth where he merges the two types of truth into one, that is conventional or provisional. Now, provisional truth, as the only truth, can be understood as A, being illusory since it is not absolute and is liable to change. There is flexibility of truth. B, it is interrelated or dependently co-arising, which he calls paticca samuppada, and C, socially agreed upon or loka prasiddha. Social truths are conventional truths. For example, in Vaidalya Prakarana and Vigraha Vyavartani, he argues against self-justificatoriness of pramana, showing logical consequences leading to infinite regress or reductio ad absurdum. Similar critique is posed against the one-dimensional Pramanavad relational structure used for making sense of an agent as knower, separate, independent, epistemic instruments again as separate, and object of knowledge as separate entities. My main argument here is this. Following Nagarjuna, if we are stuck between the causal query of who or what comes first in the epistemic process, we will not be able to see the relational co-arising of ourselves in relation to our linguistic concepts in the mundane, which is of utmost importance. What Nagarjuna aims to show through his two-truth method is that the structure of our understanding has its limitations. His non-dualistic approach to truth is the call of a skeptic to take all conceptualizations as well as concepts with a pinch of salt. Coming back to Peirce, as he points out in his essay, we are usually trained or conditioned to look at the world and ourselves in very absolutist terms. The habit of the mind Peirce talks about is indeed a very obstinate friend whose defense mechanisms are merely cognitive errors. But learning and unlearning how to conceptualize is the liberty philosophy as a discipline offers us. What I want to add here is that all tentative conceptualization should culminate into ethics, not just in theory but in praxis. Otherwise, the theory of approach fails despite how tenacious or archaic it is. Buddha, Nagarjuna, Peirce, Dewey, Gadamer, Habermas, and endless other philosophers have urged us to ponder on reasoning because the end goal is not to theorize as intuitive absolutists about ethics, but to live ethically. There is a difference here. The practical existence is not individualistic. It is a very complicated reality web in today's time, as Latour mentions in his actor network theory. Without considering the intricate practical, there is no point to theory and no point in theorizing at all. It will be trapped in the delusions of the ideal. Ethics of theorizing should indulge in questioning what position a theory ought to take, how relevant it is, how impartisan it is, and what its allocentric goals are. Because the question of validity is about contextual collective facts and not simply of thinking and intuiting. With this, I'd like to conclude my paper. Thank you so much for listening and allowing me to speak.
Thank you so much, Adrija. Pardon? Yeah, thank you so much. It was a very interesting presentation. The kind of schema that you brought in with Charles Sanders Peirce and this concept of what you say, this authoritarian or intuitive or a priori and scientific, not intuitive, scientific and a priori kind of arguments and conceptualization of knowledge cannot stand. Of course, I would like to bring a parallel to this instead of arguing out or against you, or arguing out against you or arguing with you. I would like to show a kind of a parallel thing which is very prominently there, perhaps in the Western world after C.S. Peirce. Just look at the theories of truth, correspondence theory of truth, coherence theory of truth, redundancy theory of truth, then pragmatic theory of truth. And of course, a person like Habermas and his concept of consensus theory of truth. So, the thing is this, instead of how to locate knowledge, we know that, as Nagarjuna was telling, it cannot be arbitrarily, rationally grounded. It cannot be possible. It needs to have multiple axes or multivocal. The nature of truth should be multivocal. But what should be the orientation after this? I'm also thinking very seriously, and I'm taking the whole debate along with Nagarjuna. I'm thinking, is that to challenge the metaphysical kind of grounding, the metaphysical dogmatism. So instead of using Charles Sanders Peirce and all those people, I come to Habermas, since Habermas is very close to me, with this challenging of metaphysical argument and coming to an ethical position. And there are thinkers who do this. For example, Derrida. Different. There is a lot of variety about their understanding of ethics. Then our great ethics and infinity and totality, a great thinker from France, and maybe Paul Ricoeur. The whole of this hermeneutic tradition, which is talking about an ethical disposition, which will actually, instead of going for an unending ad infinitum, the constructive dispersion of knowledge. I don't think Nagarjuna is doing that. Many people would understand Nagarjuna in that way. No, I think we have to churn out a constructive hermeneutics. A constructive hermeneutics. And what should be the caution or the counterfactual ideal that which should lead us into this? I think it should be the principle of just coexistence. For just coexistence, we have to come out with knowledge as dialogical. Okay, so perhaps you may disagree with me. I'm very happy if you disagree with me. If you agree with me, I'm unhappy.
I'm
If
all
you
about
disagree
ethics
with
and
me,
morality, sir.
there's somewhat the dialogue is going on.
No, it cannot happen. Dialogue cannot happen without ethics, without
Pardon?
egalitarianism. It cannot happen.
Exactly.
Any sort of
So
civilization cannot happen.
there is a wonderful thinker whom I'm working on. I'm working a book on him. That is Sebastian Kappen, who said ethical religiosity and the Protestant tradition in India against the Brahminical ritualistic tradition. Sebastian Kappen. He says Buddhism inaugurated it. The concept of Maitri, very important ethical religious tradition. He says it is going through the the Bhakti movement, Mahatma Gandhi, Tagore. Doses are different, but there is a very important tradition where, if you can compare with very important thinkers like Jean-Luc Nancy, post-Derridian thinkers, Marion, this is talking about an ethical pathway which is denying the essentialist ontology, reductionist essentialist and ontology, which of course Nagarjuna is speaking in a wonderful language. So thank you so much, Adrija. We don't have much time. We have to move on to the next paper. Wishing all the best for your paper. C.S. Peirce, of course, is a pragmatist. And I don't think of course, Habermas is also a kind of neo-pragmatist.
I have my points of disagreements with Peirce as well, sir.
Yeah, of course, but I don't go fully with Habermas. I don't go with anybody else. I'll go with not even myself. I try to transcend myself.
That's the best Nagarjunan approach.
Yes, fine. But I'm telling we need to have Nagarjuna will deconstruct you yourself. Just like Derrida or more. But I'm telling you, at one point of time, you have to locate yourself with a constructive hermeneutics. Okay? That hermeneutics should be inspired by compassion. That's what Buddhists were doing. After all these challenging of knowledge, the Bodhisattva will come down. Okay? That's how Shankaracharya is, saving himself as a Prakshana Bauddhaya. I was telling Neha and other people. You were there when when Neha was making the presentation.
I was there in the meeting. My microphone was not on.
That's what Shankara was doing, because Shankara cannot avoid it as a very sensible human being, this wonderful thing. But he was under the pressure of certain institutional requirement to make it into a metaphysical kind of reality. He should have gone for constructive hermeneutics, dialogical constructive hermeneutics. Thank you so much, Adrija. All the best for your research. Submit your paper. You always, I remember you as one of my best students. So cinema and all is still there.
Sir.
Huh?
Yes, sir.
Very good.
That spirit is not going to die.
I think some of these contemporary filmmakers, I am slightly outdated. In Silchar, we don't have that kind of an exposure. My friends will send a lot of reviews and all that. Of course, C.S. Venkatesan is there. No, C.S. Venkatesan is one of the brilliant media experts. So he would, after every international film festival, he would come and say, this film is good, that film is good. So I think there are some of the texts which are far ahead of many of our philosophical texts, cinematic texts, in dealing
Yes.
with the issue that we are talking about.
Yes.
All the best. And I have a small paper. I'll send it to you. You
Yes, sir.
send me actually, Facebook, you are there.
No, sir, I'm not on social media. I have your number though. I'll drop you a
Please,
text.
please send me your email ID. I'll send that a small paper which I published. Is there in my book, Journeys on the Margin, which I published 2 years ago, collection of my write-ups. There I'm minimally trying to explain two Malayalam movies, using some of these ideas. Of course, Tchaikovsky and his father and all. Very brief. I'll share it with you. Because some of these texts will actually enlighten us. As many of our great thinkers are telling, Zizek and many of these Western thinkers are telling, cinema are the most important philosophical texts now. All the best, Abrija.
Thank you so much.
Yes. Who's next? Yeah, Vidushi Pandey. Vidushi Pandey is there?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Please, Vidushi, please come. Please come.
Sir,
Yes.
I have PPT. Let me share my
Vidushi,
screen.
PPT, yeah, please. Vidushi, globalization through the perspective of space and time. Very interesting. Please come.
Yeah.
Please come.
Sir, could you please tell me my slides are moving or not? Is it moving, sir? Sir, is it moving?
Moving. Yes. 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 Everything is fine. Start your presentation.
Okay. Good afternoon, respected teachers and organizers. I am Vidushi Pandey, working under the supervision of Dr. Shritama Mishra and Dr. R. Venkata Raghavan sir from IIT Bhubaneswar. Today, my topic of presentation is globalization through the lens of Upanishadic perspective of space and time. So, the major motivation behind choosing this topic to explore is that we found that numerous study investigated economic, political, ideological, and cultural aspects of globalization from an Indian perspective. But there is dearth of research that explore this process of globalization through our indigenous conception of space and time. That is the most fundamental philosophical concept underlying globalization. And also, the reason behind choosing this topic to explore from Upanishadic perspectives that our Upanishad, which form an important milestone in the development of Indian philosophy and offer a varied conception of space and time. So, moving towards the definition of globalization, Suarman defines globalization as fundamental changes in the spatial and temporal contours of social existence, and according to which the significance of space or territory undergoes shifts in the face of no less dramatic acceleration in the temporal structure of crucial forms of human activity. So, from this definition, it is clear that this concept of space and time are the most fundamental concept of globalization. And when we see the other definition of globalization that are given by Soule and James Mittelman, this concept of space and time either implicitly or explicitly present in almost all definitions of globalization. So, moving towards the characteristics of globalization, as Sherman defined 5 essential characteristics of globalization. That is deterritorialization, interconnectedness, speed. Globalization is a long-term process, and globalization is a multi-pronged process. And again, when we notice, we find that this concept of space and time directly or indirectly present in all the aspects of globalization. So for this paper, we have 3 objectives. First, we will try to extract the conception of space and time underlying the globalist claim. Globalists are those who support this process of globalization, and or we say that who give claim in the support of this process. Our second objective is that we will try to present an accessible survey of space and time in some Mukhya Upanishad. And our third objective is that we will try to apply the Upanishadic notions of space and time to construct a native philosophical understanding of globalization. So, Moving towards my first objective, and first I will try to introduce my theoretical framework. So for this paper we will analyze the claims of the globalist, and these claims are mentioned by Steger in his book. So but for this paper we have chosen to explore two claims only. The claims are following. First claim is globalization is about the liberalization and global integration of markets. Second claim is globalization is inevitable and irreversible process. And the third claim is nobody is in charge of globalization. Fourth claim is globalization benefits everyone. And the fifth one is globalization furthers the spread of democracy in the world. And we will explore these claims of the globalists from Upanishadic conception of space and time. So moving towards my first objective, as I mentioned, we will try to extract the concept of space and time assumed by the globalists in their claim. So, the first claim is that nobody is in charge of globalization. So, when globalists are claiming that nobody is in charge of globalization, it means probably they have that assumption that space and time is a medium that allows for a decentralized event and processes, and also space and time is an open-ended process. And when globalists claiming that this globalization benefits everyone, probably they have this assumption that space and time are objective and same for all. And as Schurman mentioned, that our conception of globalization affected by our conception of space and time. So if we have a different perspective of space and time, then we can see this process differently. So moving towards my our second objective, as we will mention that we will present a survey of some Mukhya Upanishad. So for this paper, we have chosen to explore three Upanishad. The first one is Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, second one is Chandogya Upanishad, and third one is Maitreya Upanishad. According to Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, they imagine universe as a sacrificial horse, and their body parts represent the various elements of space and time. Also they mention also this Upanishad mention that time is woven into the architecture of the cosmos, and it is not merely a human construct. And this Upanishad said that time is both created and created, and uh, they it also equate time with suffering and bondage, and this time is governed by the imperishable, that is the Brahman. And this Upanishad talks about the space and time integration. According to Chandogya Upanishad, time is ritual and cosmic rhythm. And according to this Upanishad, there are two aspects of time: time versus timelessness. Time signify the empirical aspect, where timelessness signify the transcendental aspect of time. And again, this Upanishad represent time as illusion and measurement, and the knower of time becomes Brahman itself. And they this Upanishad identify space with Brahman in several passages of the text, but only to describe the immense vastness of the Brahman. And also this space is the very essence of the self. And again, this Upanishad does not differentiate between space and time. And according to Maitreya Upanishad, time is a chain of causality. The sun generates time, which leads to food, and this food sustain world. And uh, time as a measurement and construct. And also according to this Upanishad, time is both ripening and decay. And again, according to this Upanishad, there are two aspects of time: kala and akala. And this Upanishad again believe in space and time interdependence. Moving towards our third objective, first we will try to examine the claim of the globalists that globalization benefits everyone through the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad lens of space and time. So for this, our first premise would be like that our perception of space and time affects how we experience the process of globalization, according to Schurman. And our second premise would be that globalists claim that this process of globalization benefits everyone. Our third premise, and also according to Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, space and time are integrated. Our third premise is that, according to Cohen, Brihadaranyaka Upanishad equate time with suffering and bondage. So when we conclude this premise 3 and premise 1, we have our first intermediary conclusion that according to Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, globalization creates suffering and bondage. And when we bring together the C1 and premise 2, we have our final conclusion that our Brihadaranyaka Upanishad framework perspective is against this globalist claim. Moving towards moving towards the examination of the same claim through the lens of Chandogya Upanishad. Again, we have our first premise that according to Schurman, our perception of space and time affects how we experience globalization. Our second premise would be globalist claim globalization benefits everyone, and the third premise would be in Chandogya Upanishad, they equate time with illusion. And our fourth premise, space and time are not separate entity. So when we bring together all these four premises, we have our final conclusion that when we see this process, when we see the globalist claim through the lens of Chandogya Upanishad, this claim seems to be an illusion. In other words, we can say that this Chandogya Upanishad framework does not support the globalist claim. Moving towards the examination of our second claim that nobody is in charge of globalization through the lens of Maitri Upanishad. So yeah, it is quite complex, but yeah. Our first premise would be same like as Schurman, according to Schurman, our perception of space and time affects how we experience the process of globalization. Our second premise would be globalists claim that nobody is in charge of globalization. And when we bring our first and second premise together, our first intermediary conclusion would be like that. For globalists, space and time is a medium, and that allows for a decentralized event and processes, and no single authority is behind this process. So it means when globalists are claiming that nobody is in charge of globalization, it means they are claiming that no single authority is backing this process of globalization. But when we see our Maitri Upanishad, here they can this Upanishad relate time with a chain of causality. Here sun generate time, time leads to food, and food sustain world. So if we see or if we analyze on the basis of this passage of Mandukya Upanishad 6.14, we will find that the sun is the central authority of this chain of causality, and it is our second intermediary conclusion. And again, we have our fourth premise that according to Mandukya Upanishad, space and time are interdependent, that I already mentioned. And when we conclude this P4 and 2 intermediary conclusion, then we have our final conclusion like that, that our Mandukya Upanishad framework does not support the globalist claim that globalization is a decentralized process. And moving towards the conclusion of our paper, our Upanishad challenge the globalist assumption by showing that space and time are suffering, bondage, illusion, and a chain of causality, and there is a central force behind this process of causality. All phenomena, including globalization, unfold within a deeper causal framework. Nothing is truly spontaneous or ownerless. Therefore, our globalization cannot guarantee benefits for all, nor it is a decentralized process as assumed by the globalist perspective. And by this way, we will try to take an initial step in building a native account of globalization such that we can reap the benefits of globalization and while maintaining our regional identity. These are my references. Thank you.
Vidushi Pandey.
Yeah, so.
Your supervisor is Dr. Sritama Misra.
Yeah, sir. Yes,
oh,
sir.
very good, very good. I'm very happy. So I think it's a very interesting paper and a construct that you're making. It is coming out with a very interesting counterfactual ideal. But I should not do that, but I'm still doing. Instead of using the word globalization is an economico-political word.
Yes, sir.
Instead of that, we have a more ethical, philosophical word, that is cosmopolitanism.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so globalization has been challenged and it is so unethical, so one-sided.
Yes, sir.
So I'm talking about the political economic dimension, neoliberal capitalism and all that. So philosophers, thinkers, they came out with perhaps a parallel to that. That is cosmopolitanism, kind of cosmopolitanism. So if you are comparing cosmopolitanism, if you are bringing out, culling out the cosmopolitan elements of space and time, cosmopolitan elements as well as the concept of space and time in the Upanishads, it would have been better in terms of presentation. So perhaps, I do not know, that you can slightly think of whether my suggestion is correct or not. Otherwise, your observations are very interesting.
Yes, sir.
And your conclusions are also encouraging. But the problem, as I was telling, these are all, what do you say, essentialistic or ontologizing a particular tradition and its thought practices. You need to have relational understanding. Okay? Instead of reductionistic understanding, you are reducing the whole of your argument into Upanishads. Very good, wonderful. I have no problem. There is wonderful cosmopolitan elements in the Upanishads. But instead of that, you have to, at some point of time, make relational, relational openings to other systems, other thought patterns, other thinking cultures, different intercultural engagements. Okay? So that will make perhaps your whole engagement more and more meaningful.
Sir, could you please give me some example of it, like this relational understanding and other thought pattern?
Of course, there are so many, there are so many religions. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So it should be predominantly multi-religious, okay, multicultural, multi-philosophical, and multi-vocal. Suppose when you say about Upanishads, of course, that is not the final point. You have to extend your argument to many of these points so that you will get a kind of a mesh, a relational universe. That universe you have to highlight. Okay?
Yes.
Instead of saying that this is my ground, I'm stopping here. You have to extend it. Of course, if you come to a thought pattern like phenomenology, you compare, because Dr. Sritama is very good in phenomenology.
Yes, sir.
Phenomenology and the Upanishads. And if you place cosmopolitan elements there, you will get a relational space. Okay? So, thank you so much. All the
Thank you,
best.
sir.
Vidushi,
Thank you so
give
much
my
for your
warm
time.
regards to Dr. Sritama.
Yes.
Is she listening to this?
Actually, she told me to record this
Okay,
presentation.
fine.
She will.
All the best. All the best. All the best. Fine. I think I'm coming there, if everything is fine, the month of December. There's a major seminar.
Yes, sir. Yes,
something
sir.
on reality, consciousness.
Yes, sir.
I don't remember the title now.
Yes,
I hope
sir.
I'll be able to come. Okay, all the
Yes.
best. Thank you.
Thank you
Bye-bye.
so much.
So
Most
thank you
welcome.
so much. And I
Thank you, sir.
think we are winding up this session. We are already late, though we were very strictly following 12 minutes. Little bit of comments, this and that. Otherwise, it will become very mechanical. So I thank all the paper presenters of this session, starting with Dr. Agilesh, Kumar Mishra, Neha Keshari, Dr. Sindhu Paudyal, Professor Sujata Raju, Dr. Monica Prabhagar, Dr. Vithu Jain, Dr. Adrija Sarkar, and Vidushi Pandey. Thank you so much. All the best for
Thank
your
you, sir.
projects. It was
Thank you,
great listening to you and having dialogues with you. All the best from this side. Bye.
Thank
We are winding up this session. We will move on to the next session, and this session will be chaired by Dr. Shakuntala Bora. I can see her beautiful face from the side. Bye. Yes, please take over. And who is the coordinator for this?
Let's see.
Yeah, come. So I'll go down. Kevin, I'm taking these papers.
Yours, yeah.
So that I'll remember what did I say.
Then we'll quickly set up another system.
Yeah. So most welcome, madam. I'm sorry. We were very strictly following 12 minutes for each paper. Time is a villain. According to the position, there is no space in time. So what to do?
Hello. Hello.
Okay, I'd like to request now our Shakuntala Bora madam to chair the third section. Ma'am, over to you.
Good afternoon, everybody. And we are having 4 speakers for this session. And we have to get it over by within 45 minutes. So for each presenter, it is 10 minutes. And if we have some comment from the audience, or if I may feel like saying something, I will do that. So please try to confine it within 10 minutes. And the first speaker is Malovika Sharma and Simi Bora. And the name of the title of the paper is Ethical Significance of Upanishadic Mahavakya, Tattvamasi in Modern Day Crisis. Over to Malavika and Simi.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, respected chairperson of this session, Dr. Sakuntala Bara ma'am. It's really my honor to present my paper in front of such a dynamic personality, ma'am. You are really an inspiration for me always. The title of the paper is Ethical Significance of Upanishadic Mahavakya Tattvam Asi in Modern Day Crisis. The paper is an attempt to study how this ancient philosophical idea continues to shape ethical thoughts in modern times. So this Mahavakya, which can be found in Chandogya Upanishad of Samveda, actually refers to a great metaphysical and spiritual truth, which states that individual self, which we call Atma, and supreme soul, which is Brahma, are identical. It refers to it evokes spiritual truth of all living beings. Ultimately, it refers to the oneness among all living beings. So this is the ultimate metaphysical and spiritual truth that has been stated in Chandogya Upanishad. But this Mahavakya has a great ethical significance too. Am I audible, ma'am? Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. We can hear you.
Okay. So this Mahavakya Tattvam Asi, I have said that it has a great ethical significance. But how? First of all, it helps us to be a better human being. When we realize that we are a part and parcel of Brahma, when we realize our true essence, that is the moment we can build ourselves as a better person. We can recognize our worth, we can recognize our value. It can boost our self-confidence. And in that way, we can contribute in a better way towards our society, towards our environment, towards our surrounding. So secondly, the Mahavaikya Tattvam Asi fosters equality. It reminds us that we all are equal, being identical with Brahma. And this, when we constantly reminds this, we can develop brotherhood and love and compassion towards all. So praising this, the ethical significance of Tattvam Asi, Vivekananda stated that every religion has some ethical codes like do not kill, do not injure, love your neighbor. But he stated that all these religions cannot provide any satisfactory reason behind such ethical uh, guidelines. But he praised Hindus religion. He praised Tattvamasi, which has been found in Chandogya Upanishad, and said that here we can find the reason, we can find the true reason. It stated that when we actually injure others, that means we are injuring our own self, because we all are identical, being a part of the truth, being a part of the supreme soul, Brahma. So another one who is Paul Deussen, in his book on the philosophy of Vedanta, he also praised the Upanishadic Mahavaikya Tattvam Asi having great ethical significance. So here I would like to state that regarding the ethics of Tattvam Asi, there is no external compulsion or any rational autonomy. It is totally a matter of self-realization. Uh, when we realize the oneness among all, that is the moment we can develop brotherhood, peace among all. So this constantly reminding this Mahavaikya Tattvam Asi, it can help us, it can help human beings in a great way. So in this modern day, we search for happiness, we search for peace, we search for power within our external surrounding world. But the moment when we realize that we are actually a spark of the Brahman, then we stop that search. We stop searching those things. Those things means those happiness, peace, power within our external world, because all these things are within us. We become more self-confident. We can be a better version of ourselves. In this modern day, in this modern complex way, modern complex day, uh, we face depression, we face anxiety in our life. But when the moment we realize that, by constantly reminding Tattvamasi, when we realize that no, I have my own value, I have my intrinsic value, because I am a part and parcel of the Brahma. So it helps us boosting our self-confidence. Then secondly, the Upanishadic Mahavaikya Tattvamasi can help us to resolve some modern day issues like war and terrorism, and also ecological crisis, because all these issues stems from the feeling of otherness. But Upanishadic Mahavaikya Tattvam Asi challenges this perception and replaces it with oneness. Ecological crisis is a very important issue in this 21st century. Though there is science and technology to resolve these issues, though there are different policies, programs introduced by government, introduced by organizers, but until and unless each of us will realize that we means not only human beings, we includes plants, animal kingdom, all of them. So when we realize that we all are same, we all are one, because being identical with Brahma, then obviously our perspective towards nature, our perspective towards environment will change. Only then all the government policies, government programs can achieve their goal. So at first, this oneness, the feeling of oneness seems to be an abstract concept for us, because we witnessed witness different diversities among us. But when we realize oneness, then it becomes concrete in the way how we treat concrete idea, in the way how we treat others, the way we engage with our society, the way how we respect our nature. So, constantly reminding this Upanishadic Mahavaikya Tattvam Asi can build a better society, better world, with an revised or refined vision. And it helps us to build a better human existence. Here I conclude my paper. Thank you so much for listening to me. And thank you so much for the organizers for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bora. And you are the one who read it, and Malavika Sharma.
Yes.
And yes, I guess it's that's the way it has to work because it is online. So I would like to just make a query to your paper that Upanishads are basically concerned with, self-realization. It is concerned with Brahmajnana. And how do you actually, because you were talking about the ethics, how do you define ethics now in the context of the Upanishads? Because will they be talking in the sense in which we talk of ethics in a Western context, that it is always the other related? Because here is the goal about realizing my own self or Brahman, which is the same as the self. So how will you connect this self-realization with the other? Because ethics, or will you take it that ethics in Upanishadic tradition is about the other, or it is about oneself? So how do you like to respond to
Sorry,
that?
ma'am. Ma'am, pardon, ma'am. Can you say it again? Last sentence, I have not heard it clearly.
Yes. In the Upanishadic tradition, how would you like to address the question of the other? Because it is always the question about a self-realization. So do you really think we are supposed to take ethics in a Western context, or you would like to say that in Upanishadic context, the ethics becomes a different issue? But then what is going to happen to whatever you have referred to about ecological issues and war? So how do we connect the self-realization with the other, which is necessary for war and ecological issues and ethics in the Western context?
Well, thanks for the question, ma'am. Actually, Upanishad talks about self-realization, Brahma Jnana, as you said. So, I would like to connect that thing with this modern day issues. So, Upanishad always talks about self-realization. But if we want to understand what is self-realization, when we realize in the Upanishadic terms, self-realization means realizing oneself. What does it mean? Realizing the true essence of ourself. What is our true essence? We are identical with the Brahma. So when we constantly remind this, though Upanishad doesn't directly talks about this thing, that when we realize our own self, our true essence, then we have a compassionate, compassionate perspective towards others. But we can discern that from Upanishadic Mahavakya, though it doesn't directly talks in that way, but we can discern that and apply it in our modern day to resolve the issues. So when we constantly remind that statement, we can constantly have a more compassionate perspective towards the others.
Thank you, Dr. Bora, and also thanks to Dr. Sharma for bringing us how we apply the Mahavakyas of the Upanishads to the present day context. So thank you so much. We will move to the second paper, and it is by Dr. Shamulima Borgohain, and the paper title is Vedanta and Pluralistic Imagination Across a Cultural Inquiry. Dr. Shamulima Borgohain, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. So the title of my paper is Vedanta and Pluralistic Imagination, a Cross-Cultural Inquiry. So this paper investigates the intersection of Vedanta philosophy and environmental sustainability. Vedanta philosophy, with its emphasis on the unity of existence, inner self-realization, and detachment from material excess, offers profound solutions to the modern crisis marked by stress, ecological degradation, inequality, and moral disorientation. Vedanta teaches that true fulfillment lies not in external possession, but in the realization of the Atman, the divine self within. Extended periods of innovation have brought humanity remarkable advancements in medicine, science, communications, electronics, and more. However, they have also unleashed harmful consequences. The paper will explore how Vedantic perspective on environmental sustainability offers not only a rational and scientific foundation, but also a practical framework for real-world application. Vedanta philosophy encompasses numerous concepts that highlight the transcendental nature of Brahman, such as Isha Vasyam, Idam Sarvam, Yat Kincha Jagatyam Jagat. All these, whatsoever moves on the earth, should be covered by the Lord. Vasudeva Kutumbakam, all human beings, because of their shared spirituality, are members of a single extended family. Ekam Sad Vipra Vahuda Vadanti. The truth is one, and the sages call it by many names, and many more. This paper dwells into and analyzes the final concept, that is Ekam Sad Vipra Bahuda Vadanti, which underscores the importance of thriving as a global citizen amidst human challenges. The Vedantic axiom Ekam Sat, meaning truth is one, advocates the harmonious coexistence of diverse perspectives. Ekam Sat, with its message of truth's singularity despite varied expressions, offers just a solution. The origin of Ekam Sat lie in the Rig Veda, which highlights a profound philosophical insight into human perception and articulation of truth. In Advaita Vedanta, the concept reflects the ultimate reality of Brahman, where all distinctions dissolve into a singular, undifferentiated existence. This non dualistic interpretation offers a spiritual framework for transcending individual and cultural differences, emphasizing universal oneness. This philosophy challenges the fragmented understanding of reality, emphasizing that distinctions of race, religion, or nationality are superficial when viewed from the perspective of Brahman. Ekam Sat provides a philosophical foundation for a global ethical framework by promoting values that transcend cultural, national, and religious boundaries. The Vedantic perspective from which Ekam Sat originates advocates for universal principles such as compassion, non-violence, and equality. These values resonate with the core principles of international human rights and ethical practices across the world. We now turn to the central argument exploring the potential of the ancient Vedantic principle of Ekam Sat in addressing contemporary environmental crisis. It argues that the fragmented worldview, which sees human as separate from nature, has led to ecological degradation. Vedanta's non-dualistic vision offers a holistic framework emphasizing the interconnectedness of all the life forms and sacredness of nature. Through a philosophical, ecological, and ethical lens, the paper proposes that integrating Ekam Sat into environmental thought and policy can foster a more sustainable and harmonious relationship between humanity and Earth. Contemporary ecological issues stem from dualistic worldview, humans versus nature, subject versus object, consumer versus consumed. This anthropocentric model fuels consumption, overconsumption, exploitation, and unsustainable development. Vedanta challenges this perception by affirming that the same divinity pervades rivers, trees, animals, and humans. Exploiting nature, therefore, becomes an act of self-destruction and ignorance. The realization of Ekam Sat naturally leads to behavior aligned with sustainability, such as sacredness of nature, reverence for life, self-restraint. Vedanta promotes aparigraha, non-possessiveness, which counter consumerism and promote minimalism, collective responsibility, and interconnectedness. Several modern thinkers and movements embody Vedantic values in environmental practice, such as Mahatma Gandhi. Influenced by Advaita Vedanta, Gandhi promoted simple living, ahimsa, and sarvodaya, welfare of all, as principle of ecological harmony. The Chipko movement, a grassroots effort rooted in non-violence and reverence for nature, it exemplified how spiritual values can translate into ecological activism. Indigenous knowledge systems often emphasize the interconnectedness of life. For instance, the deep ecology movement advocates for recognizing the intrinsic value of nature and not just its utility to human beings. Deep ecology is a term coined by Norwegian philosopher Arnenes in 1972 to refer to environmentalism that believes fundamental changes in the way our species conceives our relation to nature. It challenges the human centered worldview and promotes an ecocentric perspective where all life forms have intrinsic value. Deep ecology maintains that nature must be appreciated for its intrinsic value or worth in itself, regardless of how humans might benefit from it. It uses the term biosphere in a more comprehensive way to refer to non living things such as rivers, landscapes, and ecosystems. It tends to take something larger as the object of value species, ecological systems, even biosphere as a whole. Deep ecologists wanted to preserve the integrity of the biosphere for its own sake, irrespective of the possible benefits to human that might flow from doing so. According to Aldo Leopold, an American ecologist, a thing is right when it tends to preserve the integrity, stability, and beauty of the biotic community. It is wrong when it tends otherwise. Some of the principles of deep ecology are humans as well as non humans have intrinsic value, richness and diversity of life forms. Humans have no right to reduce its richness, and life quality should be given more primacy than a high standard of living. It maintains that one's true self is not just a separate individual, but part of a larger whole, the earth, the ecosystem, and all living beings. This expanded self is sometimes referred to as the ecological self. And people realize their ecological self, environmental care is no longer a moral obligation, but a natural expression of love, because harming nature is harming oneself. Deep ecology and Ekamsat, though they come from different traditions, one from modern ecological thought, another from spiritual metaphysical thought, converge on a shared insight that is unity and interconnectedness. Both maintain that all beings are part of an interconnected ecological whole. Diversity arises from oneself. Nature is sacred and divine. Reject the idea of separation, calls for transformation in perception, deep reverence for life and holistic view of existence, from controlling nature to respecting and living with it. Despite its apparent convergence with the principles of deep ecology, the Upanishadic axiom Ekam Sat transcends it in both scope and metaphysical grounding. While deep ecology emphasizes the intrinsic worth of all the beings and advocates for their preservation on that basis, Ekam Sat does not ascribe value to beings in and of themselves. Instead, it posits that all entities are the manifestations of the oneself, the ultimate reality. Respect and preservation are warranted not because all is for the sake of all, but because all is for the sake of the self. Reverence for the word stems from the reverence for the self immanent in it. The self alone is to be meditated upon, loved, reflected upon, and preserved. Furthermore, recognizing everything as a manifestation of the self invites an attitude not of attachment or possession, but of non attachment and renunciation, underscoring the subtle Vedantic ideal of engaging with the world while remaining inwardly free from it. Hence, animals, birds, all living beings deserve care and reverence not merely for their own sake, but because they embody the omnipresence of the divine. The Supreme Being has reincarnated itself in the form of various species. Uh, the famous Bhumi Suktam, hymn to the earth in the Atharva Veda, presents in its 63rd verses the formulation of environmental values. The Vedantic perspective of seeing nature and humanity as inseparable fosters a sense of responsibility, urging people to treat environment not as a source to be exploited, but as a partner to be cared for. This interconnectedness is crucial in addressing environmental issues such as climate change, resource depletion, and biodiversity loss. The conclusions. There are several dimensions within Advaitic spirituality that offer valuable insights for reimagining solutions to contemporary ecological crisis. The Upanishadic axiom Ekam Sat provides a profound metaphysical foundation for cultivating environmental consciousness. Vedantic principles, when applied to environmental sustainability, present not only a spiritually grounded but also a scientifically coherent and practically viable framework for addressing human suffering. This approach fosters inner and outer harmony, contributing to social tranquility, and ecological balance. When human actions are aligned with such an ethical vision, they have the potential to generate a constructive impact on the environment, ultimately paving the way for sustainable development. In the contemporary world, Ekamsat offers insights for addressing issues such as religious intolerance, cultural polarization, and identity politics. By emphasizing unity in diversity, it provides a philosophical basis for conflict resolution. Recognizing commonalities amidst differences is a powerful approach in resolving interreligious and intercultural conflicts. The principle of Ekamsat aligns with the concept of sustainability by promoting an interconnected worldview where humanity, nature, and all living beings are part of a larger, indivisible whole. This worldview engages a holistic approach to environmental challenges, where the health of the planet is seen as directly linked to the well-being of the humanity. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Dr. Borgohain. And yes, it was a very engaging effort to combine that with the present contemporary issue of environment. But what would you say about, why do we exactly start the thinking if Advaita is true? And I guess that is what you were advocating. If Advaita is true that we are one, why do we, in the first place, start the thinking that we are distinct? And what do we actually do? Say, yes, it is. It sounds very good when we say that we are all one and all the issues are going to be solved. When we think we are one. So what do we do to feel one? Because in the first place, the very distinction that we are having because of which the problems are arising must be due to non-availability of the thought of Advaita in us. So why do we think why do we lack this awareness of Advaita? And second, how do we come to this Advaita as we are lacking in it? So what would you say, keeping it based on Advaita of Upanishads?
So, ma'am, to answer the first question, if we are one, why do we consider ourselves to be distinct from each other? Is because of the ignorance in us. Because also because when we the fundamental unity is always within us, but also at the same time it's because of the glitter around the world we sometimes confuse, and also at the same time we sometimes don't realize the unity that is always within us. So that's the reason why we always have to fall back to our own culture. And moreover, in today's world, we can see that there are many policies, many strategies that basically are developed in order to go for a sustainable, or maybe we can say that for a coexistence or a very peaceful world. But when we consider the essence of all the policies and programs, you always see that the essence is always, falls into or basically associated with the Vedantic ideal, that is Ekam Sat, which is truth is one. We only consider ourselves to be distinct because we consider the physicality, we don't consider the spirituality, that everything is just the manifestation of the self. We only consider the physicality to be the real, and that's because of the ignorance of that, we consider each other to be distinct from each other. Also, to answer the second question, how we can do that, how we can make it possible, is just a realization. Because now, in NEP we have the VAC papers, value addition courses, where we talk about ethics, where we talk about culture, where we talk about traditions. So in a way, we are basically making the students realize that whatever policies and programs that we have or that we can create, I mean, we can always fall into the Indian culture. We can always rely on the Indian culture, because in Indian culture, we always have this concept that the reality is one. There is unity in diversity. So that's how basically we can make people realize, or we can make the students realize.
Yeah, thank you. Just in addition to what you have said, do you think that this Advaita or this oneness can be realized if it is imposed from outside? And what does Advaita say about it? That can we really impose it? Can it come through disciplines, through being taught that we are one, or there is something that we have to realize it from ourselves?
It cannot be, this ideal cannot be imposed because it has to be realized from within. And this is what I'm trying to discuss in this paper. This paper is an attempt, like whatever policies and programs we have to just realize that there is I mean uh, always we have to basically realize that it is basically to realize it has to come from within. It cannot be taught. We can only give a guideline, but it's the realization that is basically going to help people understand that it is everything is one. It's the Brahman, that is the self, that is the Atman, that is the one, and everything is just a manifestation. The diversity is just a manifestation of the unity. So that is basically the realization. It cannot be imposed.
Thank you, but still working on. I guess all of us are working on and trying to realize that everything is one, and that is the difficulty. And I don't know exactly how do we come to this feeling of oneness. But as you said, the policies are there. We may take the guideline, and maybe it will help us. Thank you so much, Dr. Borgohain. We will go to the next speaker, Dr. Shomya Kanti Biswas, and he will be speaking on practical spirituality and the metaphysics of yoga, the philosophy of Swami Vivekananda in context. Over to you, Dr. Biswas.
Thank you, madam. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes,
Hello?
you are. Yes, you are audible.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Respected chairperson, madam, the panelists online, and ladies and gentlemen online. So as the title of the paper suggests, practical spirituality. Now, in context of Swami Vivekananda, it is very, very contextual, very, very pertinent that Swami Vivek, it was the motto of Swami Vivekananda that he wanted to bring the Vedas of the forest to its social practicability. So, what does he mean by spirituality? Is an infinite expansion of the self. Spirituality is what he calls realization of the spirit, uh, which is everywhere, which is universal. The same spirit in me, it is existing everywhere. It is existing universal. So he uses the term realization always in his lectures. He used this term realization. I mean, we have to uh, understand properly what does exactly he mean by the term realization. Uh, it may be understood as you may say understanding the self within the other, understanding the self within the other, or vice versa, the other within the self. It I call it understanding because this kind of a realization is kind of dialogical. Why I say that it is a kind of dialogical? Because Swami Vivekananda, there is always, he differed from Shankara in this regard, that he has a Buddhistic influence in his philosophy. He always considered the integral, he considered the universe as an integration of different things possessing their individualistic properties, though it is not absolutely true. I mean, these individual properties, they has to be transcended. They are not absolute. Swami Vivekananda was an Advaitist at the very same time. He regarded the physical body to be an instrument by which spirituality may be attained. So it is an integration of all the aspects of the universe in its totality that from the spirituality or the oneness in everything, along with the dependent origination of different component things of the universe, is very important, and this is unique in Swamiji's philosophy. Of course, from the Advaita Vedanta of Shankara, there had been a tremendous development of Vedanta tradition in our contemporary thinkers. So when he says that practical spirituality, it is he means that there is always. Let us first talk about spirituality. Swamiji considered the world as the universe, the whole cosmos as a unit. He considered that there is no difference between the self and the other. In transcendental terms. And transcendental, when we say transcendentalism does not mean the negation of all the classifications that we leave behind. It is an integration, and again I should say that integration is not assimilation. Integration is not assimilation. There is difference between integration and assimilation. We have to understand this dialogical meaning of integration in Swami Vivekananda, and I have put this in detail in my paper. The objective of integral Vedanta and how it has been influenced by the Buddhistic concept of dependent origination. So when we say dependent origination, Swami Vivekananda has significantly, uh, he in his lectures, I would like to uh, quote from his lectures. He said that the whole universe is one perfect balance. There is a balance in the whole universe, and everything has its importance. The whole universe is one of perfect balance. I do not know, but someday we may wake up and find that the mere worm has something which balances our manhood. The most wicked person may have some good qualities that I entirely lack. So he also warns us that refrain from judgment. He says that, he said in his lecture that I used to judge when I was young, and there were great persons who, in the history of Indian tradition and culture of debate and this Shastrarth, everybody had that tendency of judging the other. But we cannot judge. As he said, that as he grew up, he realized that he cannot judge, because judging is confining, conceptualizing the attributes of the absolute, of the thing which has its in itself the aspects of the absolute, and that is an epistemological misnomer. So what Vivekananda tries to refer is that there is the same spirit in myself as well as the other, but in practical spirituality, what we need to do, we need to transcend the absoluteness of the selfhood, the absoluteness of the I-hood, the selfishness, whatever he said about the self. He regards the physical body uh, as an instrument to transcend from physicality to the ultimate realm of the Brahman. And now he gradually comes from this kind of a theoretic engagement to a the practicality, the hands-on process, how to do it. So gradually in his lectures, he reveals that his ultimate aim is controlling the uncontrolled in one's own body, controlling the uncontrolled in one's own body, both psychological and physiological aspects, in their both psychological and physiological aspects, and thus controlling of the other bodies vis-a-vis controlling of the other aspects of the universe. So when he claims that when we realize that there is no difference between the self and the other, then the yogi might be able to first control the uncontrolled psychological and the physiological aspects of the human in himself. And after controlling the uncontrolled aspects of one's own these aspects, he can control the universe. So this kind of a hypothetical, should I say it, a hypothetical kind of assertion by Swami Vivekananda actually opens up a world of discussion and debate regarding the practicality of the practice of Vedanta. So first of all, he approaches by saying that there is no difference between you and me. Everything is dependently originated. Everything is dependent in this world. The bad is as well as the bad and the good as well. Sorry, the bad and the good. All these are mere judgments, and we have to uh, go beyond the judgments of good and bad. There is nothing called good or bad in this world. Everything depends on our perspective. So again, he further goes to say that good and bad, what we call good and what we call bad, they are ethical concepts, but we do not go beyond them. We do not go to the cause of what make us good or what makes us bad. So when we say that this is good or this is bad, we are in a we are relatively true, or we cannot help being good or bad. He said that this problem is actually psychological in nature, that we are still in illusion. When we say that we are bad, then also we are in illusion. If we say that we are good, then also we are in illusion. So nothing is absolute in this world. Everything is Maya. Even what we call good or bad, everything is has a sort of a dependent this origination. Somebody is good is somebody is bad in some respect of things. So he says, exclusively says that when you cannot help either being bad or either being good, but this is not your true self. Being neither being bad is your true self, nor being good is your true self. So please refrain from judging anything as good or bad, because both good and bad are the projections of Maya. And what is beyond good and bad is neither good nor bad, is the ultimate reality, or the unqualified Brahman. And what we see right before us is the qualified. So this qualified universe has to be accepted. It has to be accepted, but conditionally. It is instrumental. It should be used as an instrument to transcend. My body has to be used as an instrument to transcend from this world of illusion to the world of ultimate reality. So now here comes the process, controlling of the uncontrolled. So this Swami Vivekananda treats it in a psychoanalytic manner. He says that just like the our respiratory system, we breathe in and we breathe out, and this is automatic. This has been made automated. So many of our physiological activities, they are automatic because they have make themselves automatic along with the time. Whatever was once a period, once it was conscious, once it was controlled, now it is not controlled. It went beyond our control. Even our actions, the good and bad actions, we cannot help being good. We cannot help being bad because it has transformed over time, over in a kind of a development of our species, a development of our psychological activities. We consciously or unconsciously we went on doing the same thing. It became our habit, and now it became uncontrolled. So it is a very, very, a revolutionary statement that he says that being good or being bad is totally uncontrolled. It is not within our control. So we need to bring the uncontrolled within the control. And as we can bring our uncontrolled body, our uncontrolled self within our control, so we can also bring the uncontrolled other within our control, since there is no difference between the self and the other. So this is the way how he wants us to see the transcendence. So there is a problem that whether this transcendence is a real transcendence or a kind of a what kind of transcendence he is talking about when he says that if I can control my own psychological and physiological things, I can control the other. So this has to be worked upon, and he also says that through yoga. Now, for him, yoga is not only, it does not refer only to a breathing exercise. It is the unification, it is the realization or the understanding in a dialogical manner, in an integrated manner, the understanding of the cosmos, of the whole universe, being having myself as a part of it. This is a yoga for him, and that is a very, very he says that the yoga is practically being practiced. It is a practical activity in every household in India, and people don't think that it is from any outer world. It has been prescribed from to Indian this shastras, and it has been practiced throughout time and throughout generations. And there is nothing occult in this practice, because it is a kind of purification of blood. There is nothing occult in breathing in and breathing out, and the exercises that we do to keep ourselves fit and healthy. Now, he says it in context of.
Dr. Vishwas, can you wind it up?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So he says it in context of what he calls prana. There is prana everywhere, and prana is the vital force, the primal force that moves everything. So when we can control our prana through the Ida and Pingala and Shushumna, and the practice of it, and this, when we control this prana, then it can be controlled universally. So the yogi, if he can practice controlling the prana within himself, he can control the entire universe. So this is a kind of an opening up of a world of possibilities by Swami Vivekananda when he talks about practical spirituality. Thank you, madam. I think I made my point clear.
Thank you. And, when I was listening to your paper, and I thought that there are so many things that were tried to be combined. And that is the way actually what we do. We read about yoga, we read about Advaita, we read about this, and all sound very true. Now, what do we do about it? And my question, in a way, query, would be about that. First of all, you have done Buddhism. So dependent origination is basically to show that nothing exists, no thing or no entity by itself exists.
Yes.
How do you combine, or how do you see? I'm not aware that actually Vivekananda tried, but you were trying to do is, so how do you see Vivekananda's philosophy trying to combine the no thing, that there are no entities based upon dependent origination, with Advaita, which is about easiness on one hand. And second is you also, towards the end of your paper, you brought in your yoga. And how would you understand a yoga in Vivekananda's philosophy? Because generally he has done Raja Yoga, and that is basically about the mind control. So how do you see the mind controlling the universe when it is Advaita, because there is no other? So how do you see all these three philosophies getting combined? I am finding it a little difficult to combine. So how do you see, Dr. Vishwa, that we can combine?
Yeah. Actually, ma'am, to answer your first question, dependent origination does not mean no thing. It does not mean no thing. Everything that is dependent is not that it does not exist. It exists, but depending on something else. So it is neither existence nor non-existence. I think the same has been meant by Swamiji himself, that everything is dependent, the good and the bad. He says, he went on to say that the wicked and the evil and the angel, they're the two sides of the same coin, and everything is dependent because everything is integrated in a whole. The absolute is there, but there is also the truth of this world, and everything is, nothing is absolute, because everything is there because of the absolute ultimate Brahman, which is the cause behind everything else. So this, I feel that there is an influence of, actually, I should not say that there is an influence of Buddhism in Vivekananda. Actually, this context of Maya, that Maya is neither absolutely true nor it is absolutely untrue, this concept is very much there in the Vedanta itself. I need not import it from Buddhism. Buddhism has said the very same thing in a different way. And talking about yoga, as I had said, that for Swami Vivekananda, yoga does not always mean the breathing exercise or any kind of posture. any kind of occult thing. But yoga for him is the realization of the totality, the infinite expansion of the self, he says. So when I realize myself, when the entire universe comes within my understanding, when I understand, when I realize my totality, myself as a part, not only a part and parcel, but the entire universe is within me. So this he calls yoga, so far as my understanding goes. And why I introduced not I, rather he introduced yoga in terms of practical spirituality. That through this yoga, through the exercise of the breathing exercise of human body, I had told that Vivekananda sees human body as a instrument by which transcendence would be possible. So by this breathing exercise, the yogi realizes the ultimate structure of the rhythm of the prana. The prana he calls, he terms prana as the vital force which moves each and every aspect of the universe. So when the yogi can bring the prana within his control, the that which does not, that which is uncontrolled within the human body, uh, still because of the prana, but it is not controlled by the consciousness. It is unconscious, which was at a certain period of time, it was conscious, but because of those sheets of illusion, I have they have ultimately become automated in our body. So when I learn to control my prana, then I can learn to control the prana in the other selves also, and ultimately the entire universe. So this is how Swamiji tries to, bring, introduce yoga into practical spirituality. Spirituality, he means the infinite expansion of the self. It's the expansion of the self. Expansion of the self means that I should realize myself not within my body, but I should transcend my body to a universal selfhood. So this is how I think he tries to relate yoga with the practical spirituality, the universal self, and this is how he psychoanalytically treats the illusion, the maya, this automated movement of the organs of the self. Ma'am.
Thank you so much, Dr. Biswas. Thank you. And so we will go to our last paper, and the last paper is by Dr. Kevin Kago. He is a part of the organizers. And now we will go to him, and he will be presenting his paper on a state beyond self, Jivan Mukti's rebuttal to psychological egoism. Over to you, Dr. Kago.
Thank you so much, dear Chairperson, Dr. Bora. So the title of the paper is A State Beyond Self, Jivan Mukti's Rebuttal to Psychological Egoism. The paper is an attempt to contribute to the debate between egoism and altruism, where we will try to give a rebuttal to this particular type of egoism called psychological egoism from the perspective of Indian philosophy, this particular theory called Jivan Mukti. So before we directly jump into the attack, this is how we understand egoism. It's a theory that embraces self-interest as a primary element of moral phenomenology. Sorry, I lost my PPT. Yeah. So the theory is a universal generalization into a unidimensional motif such as selfishness, self-centeredness, and we can think of many other terms which refers to selfishness in general. It is predicated upon the idea that ego is the primary. So this interconnectedness of body, ego, volition reinforces this idea that selfishness As long as we are acting on something, we will always be only acting on selfishness. So there.
Dr. Kago, we cannot hear you, nor are we having the video properly. Can you hear us?
Three types of egoism. Egoism.
Sir, please unmute.
We can see you. You please unmute, Dr. Kago.
Oh, did I? Was
We
I
can
audible?
hear you. Yeah. Now we can hear you. Yes.
Okay, my slide is not moving. My slide is actually not moving.
So can you just read from the slide? Because probably the internet is not strong enough to share for sharing slides and
Yes, madam, it has started moving. So the particular topic, the particular type of egoism for this presentation is psychological egoism, which, as I stated earlier, is the idea that all actions' underlying motive is always driven by the operation of our ego in the vicinity of our ego, irrespective of the kind of action that we perform. So even if we consider those actions, which from the outside seems very altruistic, could still be interpreted as phenomena that is born out of egoistic intention. So for instance, consider X, who helps his friend Y in moving his things from his old place to a new one without expecting any monetary or other benefit as compensation. Now, it may seem like a straight case of altruism, but egoism would state otherwise. For example, it could mean that X is expecting a selfish advantage from Y, maybe not urgently, but somewhere down the near future. It could also mean X is doing it to feel good about himself, since turning down his opportunity to help his friend might result in him feeling guilty later on. It could also mean that X is only helping out of obligation because they were pretty good friends, and not helping might result in damage to their friendship. So these are some of the egoistic alternatives on any axis, or you can say all axes. Now, I will bring out the element from Indian philosophy. It's called Jivan Mukti, and try to relate it towards the end of the presentation. Jivan Mukti, which is the idea that a person can attain liberation while living, which is different from the other traditionally known version called Videha Mukti, which is the idea that liberation can only be attained after death. So a Jivan Mukta, who is like an aspirant of this philosophy, apparently who has reached the state of Jivan Mukti, is someone who has successfully attained this liberation. He is someone who has dissolved the duality between the I and other. So the knower of this realization knows that only one singular Brahman subsists in every single Atman, and vice versa. The way limbs are not separate from the body, but are a part of it. We have all heard about this analogy from the Vedantic literature, explicated by Sankara, where he argues that when there is ignorance, we see snake in the rope. Now, if we extend this argument to the social domain, we may say that when we are ignorant, we see not just I or not just we, but always I. Even if there is an explicit or more primary presence of B, I will always be the primary one. So, but the moment we do away with the ignorant, we realize that we can actually dissolve the duality between the I and other, and move on to the realization of the singularity between the I and the same other. This is that stage where the ego dissolves into the unchanging Brahman, and the separation which is only apparent becomes oneself, between oneself from the world, is ultimately realized as only a product of ignorance or avidya. So knowing that this ignorance is the one which creates this duality between the self and the other, the aspirant knows that every action that he or she will perform will be inclusive of all beings in this world, and all beings will be inclusive of him or her. The primary contention of the paper is that, going back to the previous theory of egoism, egoists see the world in a solipsistic manner. This way of seeing presupposes the existing duality between the self and the other. On the other hand, Jivan Mukta perceives the world, they rather exists in the world in a way that their egoism submerges into oneness amongst other individuals under the supreme reality of Brahman. Now, this removes the element of selfishness in at least the outlook of the person who is in the state of Jivan Mukti. On the contrary, egoism will blatantly extend this idea of selfishness as a universal property to all individuals. My argument in a syllogistic format is this. Premise one is validity of the universality of egoism is dependent on the existence of egoism in all individuals. Premise two, philosophy of Jivan Mukti reveals an exalted state of existence that moves beyond the duality created by egoism, giving us the conclusion that given the reality of such monistic type of existence, we can infer the invalidity of the universality of egoism. The other connected point that I want to make regarding my thesis is that it is not exactly right to say that individuals always act selfishly. For many to act in unselfish manner as well. It is just that selfishness and egoism are not non-existent. It's just that they are not tautologically existent. So in other words, selfishness exists, but they do not exist as a universal reality. The last point of my presentation, which was not exactly mentioned in the title, but is the argument that Jivan Mukti advocates for a form of altruism, which I am calling passive. The way we have active altruism, passive altruism. I am defining passive altruism because the realization of the oneness with Brahman, by the Jivan Mukta is not by itself an active form of altruism, it is passively altruistic. If you look on the other side, unlike the ordinary practice of altruism, where there is an actor and recipient relationship, where the person X directly performs action for the person Y, and the recipient receives the benefit of the action performed by the X. But in Jivan Mukta's philosophy, or in the philosophy of Jivan Mukti, the Jivan Mukta doesn't perform it in that format. His or her kind of dualism is, altruism is basically the manifestation of consciously being in the world where the self becomes Brahman, the ultimate reality. With that, I will end my presentation. It was pretty short. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Kago. And you have brought the points and within a very short time. Thank you. And it is interesting because, yes, Advaita finally does speak of, that what you are terming as a kind of a passive altruism, because ego no more knows that it is doing something for the other because the other is not there. Everything is sounding so good and so easy, but my query is, to reach that state of Jivan Mukta, and the whole Advaita is about that. What do we do about it? Like, how do we reach that kind of passive altruism? Because the whole issue is about, giving up the ego, as you have also said. That is, even when I am doing for the so-called, I believe that I am the so-called spiritual, that, I'm renouncing. I'm again saying I am renouncing money, I am renouncing the world. So the I is always there and the real renouncing is not happening. The whole issue is about how do I give up the I and become a Jivan Mukta. So what do you say about it?
Indeed, a very critical point in Advaita philosophy, the idea of the liberation, Satchit Ananda, that Brahman is a reality, that everything is an illusion, and that we should give up on material things, that we don't take back anything when we die, and that we come from nothing, we become nothing. I mean, definitely, as easy as it sounds, it's as difficult to actually attain. And there is always this element of skepticism that even those people who, who assumed to be those people, type of people who has attained this liberation, the suspicion is still there. But I believe people who are actually into this, particularly those who are interested in the Advaita philosophy, not just from the literature perspective, but actually want to perform it, I'm pretty sure they may see the light, something at least. Otherwise, this literature would have existed for a long time, I believe. But for a common man, I believe it is not that easy.
Yes, that's what I feel so also. Thank you, Dr. Kago. And with Dr. Kago, we come to the end of this session. And I express my thankfulness to all the presenters. And this is a session where we talked mostly about it is Advaita, though Vedanta does not necessarily have to be always Advaita. But we turned up having presenters, we're talking about Advaita on one hand, and on the other hand, we also had the presenters talking about the other. So we ended up in ethics and how we relate to the other on the basis of the metaphysics of the Advaita. Thank you so much. And it was lively, and I really enjoyed it. And all of us who could hear you really enjoyed it. Only that the regret is if only we could have given more time. But I always say that if the presenter is clear, then we can have what the presenter is trying to present within a very short time. And all the presenters did it. I'm very thankful to all of them for sticking to the time and making the presentation in a very lucid way, short way, clear way. Thank you so much. And I'm very, very glad to be chairing the session with such a four presenters. Thank you so much. Over to our coordinator.
Good afternoon once again. As we mark the end of this session, so it's my privilege and honor to propose the vote of thanks. So first and foremost, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our chairperson, Dr. Shakuntala Bora ma'am, for guiding the session and for her thoughtful observations and presence. I also sincerely thank all the paper presenters of this session, Dr. Malavika Sharma and Dr. Simi Bora, Dr. Shyamalima Borgohain, Dr. Somekanti Vishwas sir, and Dr. Kago Kevin sir for their thought-provoking and enriching presentations. I'd also like to thank our organizing committee for their planning and coordination. Last but not the least, I also thank all the participants and attendees for their patient listening and scholarly engagement. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Madam, one more request. If I'm audible, since we have to keep the record, I need to take a screenshot of the participants with their cameras turned on.
All right, let me take off my spectacles.
Other participants as well, if they can kindly turn on the cameras. I think, yeah, it's good enough. Thank you so much, madam. Thank you so much, everyone.